Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome. We are just going to wait for 2 minutes. I think there's a few participants outside. We're just gathering them. Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to today's seminar. My name is Dr. Zakira Ajiva, and I am going to be your program director for today. For those of you who I have not personally met, I am a postdoctoral fellow at the Thabo Mbeki School and a town planner by profession. I specialize in the field of spatial economics, spatial administration, and social justice. Thank you for taking time to be here today for this important conversation on community engagement. Your presence here reflects not just a shared commitment to public participation, but the transformation of the education system as we know it. We are here to explore how we can dismantle the invisible power dynamics that we find ourselves navigating to become more inclusive, equitable spaces in higher education and beyond. Your presence and continued support throughout this dialogue will be deeply appreciated. The cultural anthropologist Margaret Mead once said, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only one thing that has ever really brought about a change." Before we dive into our formal proceedings, I would like us to have a little bit of a warm-up exercise on what community engagement really involves. I'm going to ask a few questions, and I would like you all to interact with me. By a show of hands, how many of us have traveled from Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality? 1, 2. Who stays in Tshwane? Who stays in city of Johannesburg? Who stays outside of Gauteng? Wow, thank you so much for making time. All right, another question, within Johannesburg. I'm sorry, I should have added that. All right. Another question for the floor is how many of us are actively engaged in local government as active participants? 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. How many of us come from NGOs and community-based organizations? Wow, well done. How many of us are just curious citizens that want to know about community engagement? Well done. All right. So, coming back to the next question, what do we feel we're going to get out of this session today? Are we curious and ready to learn? Are we passionate and ready to be heard? Are we just going to be quiet and here to listen and absorb? Those are questions we need to reflect on ourselves internally. Say, what exactly do we want out of the session, and how are we going to get that out of the session? Right, now I'm going to push you out of your comfort zone of listening to me. I want you to turn around and talk to the person next to you. Please introduce yourself and tell them one interesting fact about yourself. I'm giving you 1 minute.
The person next to me.
I'm the boss. I've actually started job.
You're doing so well.
I love it. Started job. I wish you could turn the camera that way so everybody online could see what's going on in this room. Right. I wish there was a way to turn the camera so those people online could see exactly what I'm looking at. I see a room full of smiles. I see a room full of warm conversations. I see a room full of connections and human interactions. That exactly is what community engagement should be about learning and humanizing and breaking down barriers to understand that everybody has different perspectives and different backgrounds. Thank you for creating a community within this space. To follow the same guideline as I have preceded, the seminar will have 2 sections to it. The first section will be the first hour where we'll have panelists and experts coming in to provide theoretical background on what community engagement is and how it is conducted. We will also have a global expert coming in on how it is conducted globally and a local perspective. Thereafter, unlike any other seminar we have had, we're going to provide you with 1 hour of community dialogue. And that means we're going to open up the floor to you, my participants, my community, to hear back from you on your perspectives, your ideas, and your experiences on what community engagement really entails, the challenges, the nuances, the lessons that we can take. And together we will use that knowledge to create something new and we can say knowledge production on how then we can take it forward and break down barriers going forward. Okay, just some house rules, as all houses have rules. The bathroom, if anybody needs the bathroom, they are going to be on the left as you exit the room. Tea and coffee is outside. You are welcome to bring them in if you feel a need. We kindly ask you to please keep your questions and answers for after the session within that 1 hour that we will provide. If the temperature of the room is not to your comfort, please let us know. We can either adjust the temperature up or down. And if anybody can't hear us, please just flag it and we will make sure that we are audible. Okay. Thank you so much once again for being here and for taking time in interacting with your colleagues. I'm going to now shift the floor to Prof. Mello, the academic director of the TM School, and he will then provide a formal introduction to the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, especially for a very unique way in which you started this seminar. You wanted people to start talking. This seminar is one of the many that we're having, and it is part of our will and determination to bring about change in as far as the focus areas that we have within the schools. But let me start by acknowledging in absentia the principal of this university, Professor Pulen Kabula, the top management of this university, my own Executive Dean, Professor Edith Paswana, who is held up somewhere, because of university engagements. Let me also acknowledge the panelists as well. Busi Ntsele is one of our own. She's a PDF. She's one of those people that we look forward to being developed to become a professor, a full professor one day. We also have among the panelists Professor Dr. Ida. Internationally when you acknowledge, you don't just say professor, but you also have to say doctor. And there's reasons to that effect, because you come across people who are professors, but are not necessarily doctors. Professor Ida Sabelis, she is an associate professor of organization studies at the Vrije University in Amsterdam. In fact, when I first met her this morning, I said, "Goedemorgen," because I was trying to polish my Dutch. And she responded, so she was able to hear what I was saying. I'm also going to acknowledge Ntate David Letsoalo. He is a director in the school. He's actually one of those directors who have got many titles, or rather, let me put it differently, the longest title, because he wears a number of hats. David Letsoalo is the Director for Academic Support, Student Affairs, Internationalization, and Community Engagement in the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. I also want to acknowledge the presence of the main man for the event as well. He's sitting here. Okay, he's ignoring himself. It's fine. Yes, it's fine. Prof. Ndlovu is sitting over there. He's the director for the Research and Knowledge Hub. And that is why I'm saying he is the main man for this event. Among us, we also have a number of dignitaries. And among them, we have members of the diplomatic corps that I have to acknowledge. We have His Excellency, Mr. Salih Omar Abdu, who is the ambassador of the state of Eritrea and dean of the diplomatic corps. We also have His Excellency, Mr. Nassim Yeia, who is the representative of the Embassy of Lebanon. We also have Ambassador Welile Nhlapo. I didn't see him, but he could be online. He's the ambassador in residence. So Unisa does have an ambassador. We also have an ambassador that I always acknowledge because he's always part of us. In fact, we must also formally adopt him, Ambassador Genge. He's also here with us. I'm told we also have councillors of the city of Tshwane, councillors of the city of Ekurhuleni, and in the past they have been able to support us in terms of the activities that we have. Let me also acknowledge the Unisa colleagues from different colleges as well as the schools, staff within the TM school, as well as ladies and gentlemen who are in the room and those who are online. And all of you matter in terms of your availability and having taken your time to be here. This seminar takes place at a time when, as the school, we are in a celebratory mood. And the reason for the celebratory mood is that just last month, we were turning 5. So as the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, we are 5-year-old. But within the 5 years of our existence, there have also been a number of milestones that we have achieved. And among them, the one that we celebrate this year is the registration of our qualifications. And I must tell you that our PhD in Public Policy and International Affairs, as well as the Master of Arts in Public Policy and International Affairs, have been formally registered with the South African Qualification Authority. And if you go to the internet, you will be able to find this qualification and be able to apply. And if I was you, I would want to be one of the first to be part and parcel of the first cohort of PhDs as well as the masters that are going to be produced by this school. We also are a school that is building capacity, its own capacity. And as part and parcel of building capacity, we have brought on board a number of postdoctoral fellows. And just recently, Prof. Ndlovu was also busy with the process of bringing an additional number of postdoctoral fellows. In addition to that, we also are in the process of advertising. Those of you who have looked at the Sunday Times this previous weekend, you would notice that we have 2 positions that we put there. And one position is in the area of security and intelligence studies, and the second position is in the area of peace and conflict studies. And above that, we are also actively recruiting distinguished professors in the area of the 4th Industrial Revolution. We are recruiting distinguished professors in the area of women and gender studies. We are also recruiting in the area of marine studies. So this is part and parcel of our efforts to build capacity. But when you look at today's seminar, you would realize that it is unique in the sense that it focuses on one of the 3 pillars of a university. Now, if you look at the core functions of the university, any university in South Africa, you realize that the core function is the teaching and learning. That is the primary function. But in addition to that, we also have research. In addition to research, we also have community engagement. Now, the subject of community engagement is a subject that has not been clearly understood. And I'm glad that today we're actually going to be theorizing. We're going to be trying to unpack what do we really mean by community engagement. And I'm glad that on the panel, we actually have the director responsible for community engagement within the school, who is always pushing us to say, please do not forget that this school has to pay attention to community engagement. Now, if you look at the 3 legs that the universities are standing on, you realize that the 3rd leg, which is community engagement, is actually a bit wobbly. It's not standing firm. And therefore, it is important that we engage actively in as far as the issue of community engagement. Most universities, most academics, when they talk about community engagement, they talk about the situation where you go to the community and say, this is what I can do for you. You know, on Mandela Day, we all go look at orphanages, we go to schools, we do the painting, we do all this. But when you look at community engagement, especially the concept of being engaged, it presupposes that there must be a co-creation between an academic institution as well as members of the public. It means that academics must actually go out there to members of the public and say, what is it that we can do together to change your life? And it is not an imposition. It's not a situation whereby you go to a community and say, okay, I see you are very poor. This is what we can do for you in order to get out of the poverty. It may not work. But if you go and sit down with them and say, how can we get you out of this situation that you do not like? You would start seeing results. And this is because universities are public institutions by nature. You are all taxpayers. You pay money for these universities to exist. And therefore, it is the responsibility of any university and any academic to prove that there is a return on investment. And that return on investment can be shown through community engagement. And beyond community engagement, all the projects that we have in the school, we must also see some results in the form of research. We must see the research outputs. So in addition to helping the community to get out of that difficult situation that they find themselves, we must also say we document how we got one community out of this difficult situation. And that can help another university elsewhere. That can help another community in the rural area elsewhere to make sure that they get out of this undesirable situation. I see she's coming closer. It means that she's giving me a cue. This is the end of your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that wonderful introduction. I think he set the scene on what to expect coming forward, and please do try to enroll for the TM school. The next speaker is the main speaker for today. It's actually her seminar that we are hosting. It's been put together by her as well. So before I introduce her, I think it would be nice to give her a round of applause. Dr. Pusisilia Nazale. She is a first-generation interdisciplinary scholar specializing in sociology, community engagement, and public history. She has also obtained a joint PhD between the University of Free State and the Vrije University of Amsterdam last year. Yes, I think that deserves a round of applause. That is a huge achievement. Her research has critically examined community engagement in South African universities, focusing on decolonizing education, promoting epistemic justice through collaborative community participation. And she challenges the invisible power dynamics between them. I would like to give the stage to Professor Pussy, Dr. Pussy, almost Professor, Dr. Pussy, Dr. Pussy Siwe, to take the stage and to enlighten us on the context of community engagement.
First for me, the slide. Good morning, Sanbonani. Dumelang. Hi, I'm all over the place. Please put the slide on. Okay, I'll speak here. I feel like I'm restrained. I'm all over the place. My name is Busisiwe Ntsele. Ngiwulinda umkhonto nguNtsele Nduna, nguzikode nguMangethe, nguzwane. Intsele enganani lahlala emkhonteni yaqathabala. Abanye babhala ngepencil thina sibhala ngozipho. Exactly. For my international friend, I think she didn't get the last part. When I say sibhala ngozipho, I mean we use our hands to write. We don't use pens and pencils. They were never in existence in our time. So
I think I understood that in the process.
Yeah, I get it. Thank you. That's why we're collaborators. You see, this is how collaboration works. Fortunately for me, Prof. Miller has said all my presentation. I'm just going to chair the session now because he really just touched on the heart of what I wanted to say today in terms of us theorizing what community engagement is. I honestly am not a theorist because my perspective would be based on my PhD studies, which is a case study that I did in the University of the Free State. I see Free State people are here. I worked with them at the community. We have a few Free State people that I worked with at the community. because I believe that we cannot just theorize, because if we just theorize and not link it to practice, and then we are basically not doing what we're called to do as academics. Because the key findings of the PhD that I did last year was basically to say that as academics, we really need to start an ongoing reflection, which is what then I did. And I invite you today to reflect with me in this room, to co-create a room where we are going to start reflecting on how we do our teaching, how we do our research, how we do our learning, because as professors, lecturers and theorists, we always think that there's no learning that is here for us. So one of the main findings of my PhD was that learning only happens when we look at it as a reciprocal process, which means it must be mutually beneficial. And we learn in the process, and we do in the process. So I am going to be basing my talk today based on my lived experience, which is the narrative that I'm going to share with you today. Hence, I've also invited 2 generations of academics that have walked this path before me, because I also had a lot of questions that I went into the field with. But when I entered the field, I went in as a PhD student that had 4 years to do her research, and all I wanted was to do interviews, get questions, get my PhD, and make NRF happy. But as I went into this PhD, it was a pocket of hope for me. Why do I call it a pocket of hope? It really unraveled not only the academic person in me, but it also showed me that I cannot just be an academic without being someone that comes from a community. That is why when I was introducing myself, I introduced myself as Untsele, which means that before me, there were people that actually lived and had wisdom. Unfortunately, when I was still doing the inquiries of my research, the first step, even before doing the research, was to go through an ethic process. As I was going through this ethical clearance process, one of the major questions that I was confronted with was that, oh, you need to tell us how you're going to make sure that you protect these people because they are poor, vulnerable people in the community. And that, for me, was the game changer. Because when I grew up, I never considered myself to be poor and vulnerable. And the people that I was now going to on the other side now as an academic, as a scholar, were being described as poor and vulnerable. And I didn't see the vulnerability and the poorness in them, because as I walked into that community, one of the first things that I did when I went into that community was to actually ask them for consent in terms of using their information for my research. And one of the key things that came out from that initial meeting, Anita, I think, was there, was that the community members insisted that they didn't want to be anonymized in the research process. And that was the hurdle that I was having with the ethics committee, because they were saying you need to protect these poor people, you need to put their names hidden. And for me, that was an ethical conflict, because now the community was saying, if we are saying this is our research, you are doing community engagement, we want to see ourselves in this PhD process. We want to see ourselves in our book. One of them had a poem that they wanted to share. Another one wanted to share their pictures. And as I was going back to the university was saying, you can't take pictures of these people. You can't put their names. You can't use that information. And then I spent 9 months of my first year of the PhD just trying to wrestle with conforming. Do I conform or don't I conform? And for me, when I was inviting Prof. Ida to come to today's discussion, was because I've always battled with non-conforming and conforming, because we all know that there's stakes involved when we don't conform. There's a lot to lose. And what is it that we have to lose if we don't conform? But also, what is the epistemic justice if we're saying that we're doing community engagement and we're leaving the people that were doing the community engagement from out of our PhD processes? So for me today, I'm excited because this process is basically just sharing my findings, and which is one of the things that I had promised, that I don't want to do a book that's going to sit in the library somewhere and not go after and share the findings and speak about the things that I found on the ground. And now we're going to the theory part. How I fell in love with my theory was as I was reading to see then how do I go back to the ethical committee and stand my ground in terms of saying this is the stance I want to take. Then I fell in love with sociologists that were theorizing on engaged scholarship. Ernest Boyer writes about the scholarship of engagement. And when he writes, he had a groundbreaking discovery when he said that our work needs to be relevant in the time that we live in. Our work needs to speak to the societal ills that we're solving. And for me, that's when then I found theory to frame the way that I wanted to go forward with the studies that I wanted to do. And then I also looked into scholars like Burawe who speak about, as scholars, we should always know the why. Why are we doing this research? In a South African context where universities were for the elites, where universities are in crisis, Prof. Ida writes a book about academia in crisis, which I also draw from in my PhD thesis, because I really think that academia was in crisis. But when I was doing the PhD, it was a lonely journey for me because I felt like I was in crisis because I didn't know how to pull back and also stand firm in saying I still have these 4 years where I can't just do what I want or be a Steve Biko and write what I like. I needed to conform in the boxes that were created for me in that time. So at a time where we're saying academia is in crisis, it's not just in crisis in South Africa alone. She will share. That is why I'm happy today, because I'll have two people that will share from a Unisa context, and she will share from an international context that academia is in crisis today because we are battling with the relevance of who we are. Hence I was saying Prof. Miller has actually introduced my topic because as a scholar, we balance on the prongs of our research in terms of what are we teaching, what are we learning, what are we researching, what are we writing on. And it always seems that community engagement, as my participants called it, the stepchild or the poor cousin. And my biggest question was why? Why? Because as Jiva has done an amazing task of starting the interactive discussion today by saying, where are we from? We are all from these communities. Don't you want to see them change? Why are we not changing them? Is it an injustice not to ourselves, but to our ancestors, to our children that we want to leave generational legacies for? So those are the questions that were confronting me, and I found out that as I was getting deep into my work, thinking that I was going there to empower the community, I was going to do this and this, I ended up thinking I know nothing, and I am having so many questions that I didn't have solutions from. So I was hoping that, as Jiva has said, the house is going to help me to theorize better or to theorize meaningfully when we get out of here, that how can we then link our teaching and learning, how then can we link our publication, our writing processes back to the communities where we come from? Can we say that when we read your obituary as a Tandega, when I die, this is what I've contributed to science, but it also, I came up with groundbreaking innovation solutions that were solving some of the problems that are in my current society. So the programs that I went to visit in the Free State were a lot, but I'll just speak about one solely because I'm going to today be speaking about pockets of hope, because I think we do need a hope. We need hope in a space where we have seen us wrestle with so much. The economy is at its lowest. We've never seen an unemployment rate of 62.4%. We have never seen a situation where we have so much knowledge, but we seem to know less each and every day. And I myself, as an emerging scholar, I'm still battling whether I'm an advocate or an academic, or as Jiva has shown me today, she says I'm a professor. But because what am I prophesying if I don't have hope? So we need to prophesy hope in terms of finding solutions to talk to the problems that we face. So for me, I don't think we can actually speak community engagement without the community, because there's nothing for the community without the community. And one of my key research questions in the text was, who is the community? Who is the community? Are we not the community? But who do we refer to as the community? And why is it important that we have a why in our scholarship? Is because from a South African context, we're still wrestling with a lot of colonial legacies that we're taking to these universities. And one of the key things that my findings was challenging was the hierarchy of knowledge, because when we look at the invisible power structures that I want us to look at today, when we look at our institutional culture, we look at our practices, we look at how we live as academics, how then do we look back and say, we have all these policies, we have all these nice writings about how we are making communities at the center. But institutionally, our practice is still not saying that. Our practice is still saying we are putting research on top, we are putting teaching and learning on top. And for me, it all boils down to the context of a neoliberal university that still advocates for a commodification of knowledge. Because who says that our people were vulnerable and poor? Because the wisdom that comes from communities are the wisdom that has brought us here. We would not be here standing if we couldn't live beyond. So how then do we find a way to link science, wisdom, indigenous knowledge systems, lived experiences, narratives? Because also I found it very hard to tackle the subjectivity over objectivity debate, because I could not live myself out of my PhD process. Because how then, as a black girl, that even in my bio, as she has said, I do say I'm a black girl that was born in Tikanfini, and this is how I grew up, because that influences my research. But at the same time, I had to grapple with then how do I reflect in pulling back, in wearing both hats, to say now I must make sure that my science is rigorous, because one of the key things about community engagement, we should take it as a science. And I am also a product of somebody that was not decolonized, because I grew up in a mud hut. Can you put that on the next slide? I grew up in a mud hut, but when I started working, the first thing that I did was to dismantle our mud hut back in Tikanfini, because I was ashamed, and because I had thought I had arrived, I was starting to work. I wanted to have a modern structure. I wanted to have a building that reflects me having arrived, being a working class woman that is out of poverty. Because when I looked at the mud house, it was poverty. And how then did we come to the conclusion that our mud huts were poverty? It is the experiential learning that I had to, unfortunately, get to a university while trying to understand engaged scholarship of engagement, community engagement, to link the processes with my own life and look at it and say, okay, one of the community projects, it was the Mereka Cultural Village, which was started by Messi Babatso, and I'll put Anita on the spotlight, and you can wave. And Anita, she works at the University of the Free State. So what the University of the Free State does is to start community projects in the neighboring communities. Here, Anita and Messi Babatso became friends. And Messi Babatso's dream was to build a cultural village. The cultural village that she wanted to build, she saw a dream of having a rainbow nation, because when I spoke to her, she said, I've been waiting for this rainbow nation, and I haven't seen it. So I decided to build my own. And I said to her, that's the woman I want to associate with, because I don't see poverty there. I see power in a black woman resigning from work, buying land, and starting a whole cultural village because she wants to leave a generational legacy. And for me, that goes beyond theorizing. And when she started talking to Anita, Anita said, I have a community project that speaks to living green, because we all know that white people specifically liked green things, right? So the Living Green project was matched with the community project, and they started a partnership. When they started a partnership, they didn't have a structure. So it just grew organically from a friendship that said, can we come to the university and see how we do things at your university? How is this going to benefit your community? And she said, like I was saying, I want to see the Rainbow Nation. I want to see different kinds of people come here to build, to write, to eat food, to dance. And for her, that was her dream that she didn't want to forget before she died. As someone that was in the struggle growing up, and she worked, she resigned, they started this project. So when I stepped ground on this project, I was so tired. I didn't go shame because the PhD had taken everything out of me due to the ethics process. But when I came here and I started building with them, so we literally built that, not that one, another one at the back, from ground, from nothing. There was nothing. And then I remembered the mud house that I had demolished back at my house. So I started to ask, why are you guys building using mud? Oh, it's so uncivilized. So those questions that I was asking, then I started to see that, actually, with a South Africa that has a context of people that have been waiting for RDP houses for the longest time, this is a space for research, because we can start researching on how then can we go back and center our own ways of life to come back and say, okay, maybe we can use this to build houses, because each and every year we have natural disasters. We have fires, we have water, people are flooding, because abantu bahlala emkhukhwini. But isn't this better than Mkuku? Are you guys agreeing or not? Is this not better than Mkuku? But why are we choosing then to say we do not want to go back to our own things? And the amazing thing that came out of this PhD process for me was the constantly reflecting about my own shame and my own reasons why I came into academia. To be honest, when I came into academia, I just wanted to be a scholar. I came for my own individual lessons. But then when I found a community, I started looking over my own issues. And then that's how then I even ended up spending so much time at that community. My PhD took me about 7 years because now I was being involved in that building and even struggling with some of the challenges that I spoke about, which were ethical challenges, some of the challenges where we speak about. And then I said to Ida, am I the only one that's struggling with teaching and learning and writing and being a good scholar? I was already a good teacher. I was getting trophies for teaching well. I have that in my wall. I was already thinking I'm doing research by going to the community and talking to people, but I still can't do interviews. What is it that I need to do? And that's how then I stumbled upon multiple ways of knowing in terms of that. We can do things differently, and we can still incorporate all the other aspects of our scholarship into science. So I had never experienced participatory action research before in my life at a PhD level. Because for honors, I had done a quantitative research in UJ. For a master's at Wits, I had done a desktop. Now comes to PhD. My methodology was already weakling because now I wanted to do qualitative research that was taking me to participatory action research. And those were the challenges that I was struggling with in terms of balancing my own timelines, meeting the standards, the pressures that we have. And hence now I'm doing a postdoc because I never got to publish from this work. Now I'm trying to, actually I have 2 publications that the other one got accepted this morning, that got accepted for this work. So at that time, I really felt like a failure because the institutional culture was saying, how are you an academic that hasn't published? You haven't written from this work. Where's your scholarship? Number one. The second thing when I felt like a failure was when I lost my funding, because obviously NRF only gave me 4 years. But because of the pockets of hope again, my supervisor in the Netherlands, the other one that's not here, she then called me back to say they had a COVID relief fund to say for people that were affected by COVID, they can get money to finish. So I got money to at least go to the Netherlands, but it was also not enough to finish the PhD. But here I am. I finished not in record time, but I am very happy with the lessons that I got from it. So how do I then theorize? Can you go back to the findings? How then do I theorize? I have 5 minutes. Ooh, thank God I have 5 minutes. I can leave the rest for David. How How then do I theorize these findings for us to actually come out of this way, having explained what community engagement is? Because most people in their expectations, they were saying they wanted to know what community engagement is. There's no other way to know what community engagement is except to be in the community. And for me, I had read all the books, I had read your Boyas. That is why I started with the theory, so that you know that all my work is grounded in theory. But the experiences and how we interrupt or disrupt the knowledge hierarchies as a necessity, you can only learn that when you go through it, as for me, because that was my finding number 2, of now understanding how then I was ashamed of being a black girl myself, was because we have always put other knowledges to be better than ours. So the knowledge hierarchy has always been academics are here and the communities here. So for me, as I said, we're going to co-create a space where we're going to start doing things differently, because my challenge today is to open an ongoing reflection of why we're doing science and how is our science speaking, our hard science speaking to our hard science. Because I found that these are matters of the heart, because then now we need to acknowledge that there's multiple ways of knowing, multiple ways of living. And that I experienced when we went to America. So what Anita then did was to bring her students to the community to help the community build the cultural village. And for me, the most changing thing was to see white students, black students, stamping. Oh, those students were so dressed up. They came in with their Porsche cars, you know, those Toyotas that the Boras drive there in the Free State, to the community, and we put them in the cow dung. And they were there busy with the horse dung. So for them, the community members became the teachers, because now the community members were teaching the students how to build. I was lucky because I had a bit of a background from the building of how we used to do it growing up. And then I then started being an advocate for indigenous building methodologies, and we formed an advocacy group, which is still standing, by the way. So, yes, it's still standing, because just a month ago, and I'd like to acknowledge Prof. Ndlovu, because he really encourages me to do the work that I do, that I couldn't do based on ethical clearances when I was doing my PhD. He allowed me to go to Olive and Hayes Museum to open an exhibition when it comes to public history, to say that we need to start normalizing that spaces that were reserved for certain individuals are our spaces too. Why have black children not had access to museums before? And some of the reflections that we had with, I'll ask you, Anita, to just share one reflection based on that session from when I finished teaching them and we had done the walkabout in the museum, because what we ended up doing was going to build an indigenous mall structure inside the museum, an exhibition for a month, to show that our indigenous building methods can still stand hold, because there's multiple dimensions to them. There's the sustainability angle, there's the issue of housing in South Africa, but also there's an issue that we're tiptoeing around, which is an issue of land. Because for us to be able to build, we need our land back, which is something that I also write about in my PhD thesis. So maybe you can share. One of the students was quite emotional because she had never gone to an art gallery before. And once we did the walkabout, and she had never seen thatch or this kind of building. Now I reveal how old I am, because it was shocking for me to think that there's people that don't know this kind of life. You can introduce yourself, then say a bit.
Hello, I'm Lisa Painter from the University of Free State. I'm also an artist, and all of these projects that Wesley has shown have been struggling for the heart as an artist, and a lot of them sort of a little bit of resistance to the current academic system that we have very westernized. So I love taking my students to do critical deep work and teaching them actually how to do indigenous building, because touching that earth brings you back to what I always think there's ancestral linkages that I cannot teach through a classroom. It's touching the earth, touching the mud. And I had the privilege just here to take my human settlements honors students, and I had to write reflection reports on the experiences of being part of an art exhibition, of being part of touching the soil and so on. And all of them, or most of them, reflected back that they experienced a worldview change, as well as a deep, deep connection with the past. So there's certain things that we cannot teach from the classroom. And if you are saying you're a community engaged scholar, then you have to be out there and you have to do stuff. So the experiential learning is part of a decolonized curriculum, and I would really encourage everybody, our students need to gain experience more than what they need to text and theories at the moment. We're also in a world of AI where AI can do most of our students' assignments, but I cannot give them the experience. Thank you.
Sorry to catch you off on the spot, but you're a community person, we're always ready. So for me, can you do the conclusion slide? I'll conclude as I hand over to Ida to say I would really like us to think deeply about what is that we need to thrive in this path of our academic excellence, because time is also not on our side as academics. We're always busy, we're trying to write, we're trying to go to Bloemfontein, we're trying to please Prof. Mlov with publications, we are trying to also go to the community to do your bit. So how is it that maybe you guys have coping mechanisms that we can use to try and thrive in this space? For me, the building really helped, because during my PhD, my mental state had gone AWOL, but the math therapy then really got me, and that's why I still go back even now, time and time again, because when I stamp that mud, I get a certain clarity that I never have. Then that makes me write better, because also I'm writing from experience. I'm writing from the reflections that I had from the students that I was teaching, and I'm writing from the experience that I've had with the community. So it's not just an abstract concept where I'm putting theories without linking them to. But the part that I'm still struggling with a bit is how then does it filter down to solving these current societal problems that we're having? Because for me, that I'll leave to these two others to tell us how then do we move beyond. Prof. Ida and David will touch on that, because when I look at the generations of scholars that we're having now, us and the Jivas, the young generation of scholars, is conformity still an option for us? Do we still want to conform? But then what choices do we have? And we're asking you guys, what are the alternatives that we can use so that we acknowledge that there's multiple ways of knowing, there's multiple ways of being a scholar. You can be a scholar and thrive with your publications, with your teaching and your learning. You can be a scholar and apply your science on a daily basis to your community. But what are the results that we're seeing on the ground? Because how then do we mix hard science into hard science? So South Africa is in crisis, as I've said. Academia is in crisis, as she writes. I'll give it to her to explain it, because it's not just South Africa that's in crisis. It's the whole international academia, where we're trying to find our relevance in solving these problems. But it seems like the problems are escalating every day. They are really escalating. So today I'm going to have my own dialogue instead of the big national dialogue that Prof. Mkhize always says I like. Before we go to the national dialogue, we'll start with this one and try and figure out ways of how then do we balance our neoliberal university expectations over social justice. Because honestly speaking, where we come from, we really need to bring back the humanity into academia. And for me, that was the highlight of being in a community, was to see basic principles of Ubuntu, where it wasn't like a white student or a black student, but we were all willing to learn from each other, and it was mutually fulfilling, it was reciprocal, are these the collaborations that we're forming? Because if you have a partner, the partner cannot just be listening to you all the time and admiring your bureaucracies and your admin, but the partnerships need to speak to each other in terms of the respectability politics, in terms of the knowledges that we're using and applying. Last week we were at UJ and we saw that they're using a very advanced way of building. But what we liked about it is that they were saying that we need now to incorporate technical ways, new ways, and move with the times in order to merge the systems to build innovation and creativity. How are we going to be creative if we're sitting in an office space in our desktop the whole time? So our angles need to really start. Okay, let me sit down.
Thank you so much, Busi. I think I should not retract my previous statement and call you Professor Busi. I think Busi has actually showed us what it means to be a spark of change. We all see the challenges, yet very few of us have the courage to go out there and challenge it. And that's exactly what a PhD does. It gets you to be critical and ask the hard questions to bring about those changes. My next speaker is Professor Dr. Ida Sabalis, an Associate Professor of Organizational Studies from the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at Vrije University, Amsterdam. She is also an extraordinary professor within the Faculty of Education at the Northwest University. She has clear linkages with universities such as the UKZN, University of Western Cape, and Northwest. Prof. Ida is actually a keen recumbent writer, and she has now turned her interests to mobility studies, including gender, social justice, and sustainability relationships. Her research interests include time and temporality, ecofeminism, diversity in organizations, and active mobility. She has published extensively and is a co-editor of Academia in Crisis 2020 from the Brill Publishers, and is associated with following journals: Gender, Work and Organization, Time and Society, Transformation in Higher Education, and Chronoscope. Thank you so much for taking out time and joining us today, Prof. Ida. We look forward to hearing from you.
My slides? Thank you. Do you have my slides? Yes, I have your slides. Sorry, I'm just going to get her slide.
While we're changing the slides, I would like to invite you to just jot down a couple of, because after this wonderfully inspiring talk of Busi, I'm going to take a cross angle. So maybe you want to just jot down 2 or 3 words that keep lingering in your head after Busi's talk. So we remember what Busi said, and then I'm going to take a cross perspective. But they need to set up my slides. I'm a retired person, and I was one of the first to work with PowerPoint and also one of the first to leave it again. And my experience is that there's always technical issues. There you go. Okay. Well, thank you so much for the invitation. Is it audible? Is the sound all right? Yeah, they are recording. They're recording also, okay. But if I stand here, that's okay? I heard in the microphone several dumps, but okay, good. Well, thank you so much for having me. I feel humbled because is this better? Has this, okay, good. We'll do it like this. I used to be an actress once at some point, or aspiring to be an actress, and now I have my microphone training. Thank you all so much for having me. I feel very humbled to tell a different story now after Busi's enthusiastic engagement. I do relate to Anita's talk about getting your hands dirty while doing research. Some people call that wild pedagogies and what have you, but we're one of a kind there. Now, I was a mature student at some point too, so I came into academic life a little later with a lot of practice, and that really, academia really fed my needs at that point. But gradually, both in my own universities and in talks with colleagues, I encountered hurdles. Small hurdles first, bigger hurdles later. And gradually with colleagues, also in university, in Amsterdam in the university, we came to realize that neoliberalism, as Busi already introduced, has played a role in the development of our trade. We all know that. And there was a very wise man, Zygmunt Bauman, who at some point, together with his colleague Leonidas Donskis from Lithuania, coined a term, TINA. We live with TINA. Anybody familiar with TINA? TINA is an acronym for there is no alternative. We came to embrace that term because in our academic careers, these inquisitive organizational anthropologist colleagues of mine and I, we came to learn that we encountered ever more often the notion of there is no alternative. We have to do it like that. Like one of my colleagues in the early 2000s, when we had a change in system in the Netherlands or in Europe, ever more like, these surveys came in, or these forms where we had to tick boxes, or we had to, to explicitly comply to ethical standards, whatever that might mean, or to terming our own teaching programs in terms of higher goals and what have you. And that colleague, and I said to the colleague, I said, what are we going to do with this? What are we going to do with all these boxes we have to tick and all these forms we have to fill out before we can start teaching, before we can start research? And he said, just tick the boxes, it'll go away. But it didn't go away. The forms got bigger, the surveys got stronger, and learning from Busi's experience, especially with systems that go under so-called ethics, at some point I did time writing for my job, and this was like 10, 12 years ago, and it already made up almost 40% of my time, with email, with admin, and with all the boxes that needed to be ticked. Can we have a slide? Yeah. So ultimately, linking my talk to Busi's, it is about, before the first one. This one, yes. The jet of my talk is we live with compliance, conformism, and complicity. Because that colleague with his ticking the boxes taught me about complicity in a sense. I didn't want to do it, but I complied to it in order to hopefully, bring my work further. So we had to comply, we had to be complicit, we had to be conform. And conformism links into TINA. There is no alternative. We hear all the time, I don't know about you, we hear about teaching, there's no alternative, but, figuring out your program in detail with all kind of arguments why it has to be so. We have to wait for ethical committees, we have to go for funding, we have to write so many articles per year. I can tell you, when I started studying in the early 1990s, one of my professors said, well, one international conference every 2 years? That might be about it. Early 2000s, we had the imperative to produce 1 article per year, which became 1 high-level article per year. So, and what do people do if they want to make promotion in a group? People will write 2 articles per year, or 5, or another book. And gradually, our chores became bigger. Now, I don't know about you, but it is my experience with teaching students that in the meantime, so many journals have popped up. So many research outlets have come up. We are confronted with predator journals that ultimately build a complete hazard for real academic life, because they will publish, you never know, you have to pay for them and all that. So we're confronted with a lot of TINAs, and you have to comply to those systems, and the system, in short, takes a lot of our time and our effort and our thinking. We were just saying, we're working all the time, aren't we? We're working all the time on our computers. So one of the challenges, or maybe it's a real problem, I mean challenge is also like, mollifying the problem, it is a real problem. We want to acknowledge multiple ways of knowing, like Busi introduced, but we find ourselves in a context with a lot of pressure to perform. As Busi is looking for invisible power structures, not just in her work, but especially also in academia, we're looking for, and we're trying to find ways to break down the pressure, while pressing systems, like the box ticking and all the admin, are in place, also internationally. And one of the things I found in my experience as linked to a couple of journals is there are countries, it's not the same everywhere. There are countries where the system is even more pressing or taking more time than in other countries. And can anybody tell me how you assume where the systems are more pressing than in other countries? Will they be more pressing in Europe or more pressing here? Anybody? No idea? Prof. Glover?
To some extent they are the same, because we adopted the European system, the British system.
No, they are the same, basically. But I have seen, I don't know if anyone of you knows the Dutch expression, being more Roman than the Pope. Anybody familiar? This means, complying even more, because you assume that somewhere else the rules are this and that, and you have to comply in order to be able to join. In some countries, the system is more pressing. The issue of ethical committees, for instance, is more pressing here than it is in the Netherlands. It takes more time, it's far more technocratic, and so on. I've talked to colleagues at Northwest University, where I go often, and indeed colleagues confirm that they are trying to, older colleagues mainly, are confirming that trying to be more strict in certain things will probably allow them to be taken more seriously in other parts of the world. Now, I don't know if I'm threading sensitive issues here, but it was one of my observations, and if you want, I'd like to discuss that. In sum, there is a lot of Tina in our world. And then Busi comes in and says, we have to go to communities. We have to learn from communities. We have to look differently at knowledges. My question to you would then be, not that, this one still. Oh. My question to you then would be, if Busi tells an inspiring and very sensible story, is that another chore adding to our workload? Or is it an invitation to use that type of understanding that, as Busi promotes, to change the system altogether? I know that on the individual level, we talked about this with colleagues at Northwest last week, on the individual level, it's often very, very difficult to break those rules, especially when you're a younger colleague, especially if you aspire to make a career, become a professor. Especially then, it's very difficult to get there. But what I'd like to stress is that, in my understanding, if we accept there is no alternative, then complying to all those systems, pressures to perform, be it in teaching, be it in publishing, be it in applying for funding. I think the application for funding in Europe is that requirement is in Europe a lot stronger. Via the unions, we have rules that should prevent universities for colleagues to bring in their own money, so to speak. But gradually, you cannot make a career in Europe if you do not bring in funding, ever more funding, in order to support the position you already have. I'm not sure if that's the case here as well, but that's one of the markers of the system in Europe. Here, it's mainly committees weighting technical issues that hinder alternatives. But the idea of changing knowledge and reflecting more on nothing for us without us is a real, genuine call, especially by Anita and Busi and their colleagues, to really change and to really reflect on our positionality in order to bring about the so desired change, especially also in this part of the world. So theory and action for the public good or for social benefit could be obtained, but then we should be willing, especially I think as older colleagues, to look at our ways and how these came about and to pinpoint all those TNAP points that we encounter on an everyday basis and see where we can start changing together with colleagues, because the only way I survived is because I'm working with a tremendously warm group of colleagues within my own university. Thank you, Safa.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof. Ida, for giving us insight into the challenges that academics experience to reach the dreams that they want to achieve. Okay, so I've been looking at my audience, and I've noticed quite a few of you all slugging off to sleep. I would like you all to stand up, stretch up, and get a breathe, and then you will sit down again for the next session in 1 minute. Oh, yeah. This looks pretty much like a classroom that has just been through a theory session. It's important, it's necessary, and it's going to build up into the engagement session. I'm going to take you up now. No, I'm so sorry. He is the Director of Academic Support and Student Affairs, Internationalization and Community Engagement at the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. As a Sanskrit and an ardent Pan-Africanist, David is a fierce critic of colonial and imperial projects in various shapes and forms. He holds a qualification in English and law. David has lectured at the Department of English for 4 years before serving as a senior lecturer and a course leader in the Department of Jurisprudence Law at Unisa. He has then gone on to taught law and to teach law for many years. He is a contributing author to the law textbook, Introduction to Law and Legal Skills in South Africa, which was published by the Oxford University Press. He is an advocate for critical research paradigms and progressive educational approaches. I give the floor to Mr. David.
Can I remove this?
Do you have a slide?
Program Director Zakira Jiva. I thank you. It's rare to be given such a privileged position to speak in front of such esteemed audience. I see that you've given me 30 minutes. You and I must make an arrangement. When I'm left with 5 minutes, do something to alert me. Professor Mello, thank you very much for opening this session. And let me acknowledge Professor Ndlovu, the Director for Research and Knowledge Hub in the school, my colleagues in the school, the university. I want to acknowledge the members of the Diplomatic Corps as articulated in the protocol established by Professor Mello. Ladies and gentlemen, community engagement. It's a rare kind of seminar today because we're going to be talking about something that is not a focus area. So all along it was like, focus area, but here we're talking about another pillar in education, particularly at universities. So I want to say that a discourse on engaged scholarship or community engagement cannot avoid crucial conversations. So the following elements may thus not be avoided. Issues of hegemony, dominion or domination, social impact, transformation, social justice, decolonization and Africanization, curriculum, particular curriculum transformation, subject relevance, critical analysis, and reflexive practice or praxis. These are the issues that you cannot avoid. So if you're listening to Dr. Nzele and Professor Ida Sabelius carefully, they couldn't avoid making reference to these points, because you cannot talk about community engagement and avoid these critical questions. So it's a political thing, and you should be prepared to engage in that level. So I am suggesting that we should not expect a discourse on community engagement to be easy, as it necessarily invites us to confront our existential issues as humanity, importantly, and issues of political, economic, and social justice. Simply to confront issues of power, hegemony, and domination, as I have said. Cognizant of this important observation, I will therefore use the philosophy and theoretical lens as the spine of my conversation or reflection, the lens of people such as Chancellor Williams, obviously Paulo Freire, and the like, to frame these reflections on engaged scholarship, research, and education as I respond to the highly insightful presentation of Dr. Nzele in this seminar. However, I will unavoidably, sparsely lean on the theoretical and liberatory educational viewpoints of the likes of Paulo Freire, Dale and Hislop Magison, Macedo, Elias, Chancellor Williams, as I've said, and so on and so on. So this is a fundamental tenet for community engagement or engaged scholarship in the proper sense. I want to say that going to a community and involving a community, it does not translate into engaged scholarship or community engagement. So there's a difference between community involvement and community engagement, because you can involve community in your own things for your own agendas without necessarily respecting their subjectivity, their agency, their interests as equals in the co-creation of knowledge. So we have to be very, very careful about that. Issues of differentiating between community engagement and community outreach are clear to everyone. But there is this slight one on community involvement, that I involved the community, therefore I'm proper in terms of engaged scholarship, and that's wrong. It goes deeper than that. It's ideological, and as I said, it's also an issue of power. So, research occasioned by an imperative to resolve a societal problem or a conundrum is what necessitates engaged scholarship. You cannot just research and conduct science for the sake of entertaining yourself. Knowledge creation and science should be about making a social intervention to solve a social problem. Otherwise, you're just pleasing yourself and pleasing your cartel in the educational sphere, ticking boxes of success, which is only about yourself and not community. It is purpose-driven and pragmatic, rather than being a theoretical exercise which is far disengaged and or irrelevant from the challenges and experiences of communities. Dr. Nzele actually mentioned this issue of relevance, which actually affected her in the early days of her research in the doctoral sense. So in this regard, I will emphasize these theories about the authors that I have referred to because they are anti-colonial views. Colleagues have made reference to the problem of us dealing with a liberal or neoliberal project in the education system. So our education, whether you like it or not, is not our education system. It's a European or pan-European or Euro-American project. What we're doing is just we're affiliated there to conform, to comply, and therefore we are complicit in the whole endeavor. So we must immediately accept that what we are doing here, we have affiliated into a foreign colonial construct because we want to survive, and so on and so on. So I'm calling for a rebellion of some sort. I have tried to rebel against the system, not to identify with it in many ways, but it's costly because you have to survive. Before I get into the real crux of issues, Unisa does acknowledge the importance of community engagement. The vision and mission of Unisa has that predilection for embracing engaged scholarship. But what happens in practice is a different matter, which we can engage on. So look at the vision and mission of Unisa, which says, the African university shaping futures in the service of humanity, not in the service of self, not for self-aggrandizement. So it means our research and scientific practice should be for the service of humanity, the African, and that talks to issues of decolonization, Africanization, departing from the neoliberal, Eurocentric or pan-European mantras of knowledge. Look at the TM school. It talks about creating graduates or who are thinkers and doers. Not people just theorize. People are not simply accumulators of facts and receivers of knowledge. So we are talking about a transformational school where we produce graduates who have to solve complex problems in the society, in Africa and beyond. And that is at the center of community engagement. So if you're a scholar and you don't want to do this thing, it means you're paying lip service to what the school and the university is about. But it is possible for you to continue to succeed in terms of producing research that ticks the boxes without necessarily transforming society. Because the big question about the TM school is why this school? And the simple answer is that it's meant to address the developmental challenges of societies, not cartels in the education sphere. So coming from this context in the directorate that's responsible for community engagement, I'm therefore privileged to share these views. And therefore we need to acknowledge the work done by the Department of Community Engagement and Outreach in the university. So I would like to take a few points that are theoretically and pedagogically impelling. So in this respect, I choose to see most of the elements of Dr. Ntsele's thesis as presenting us with an opportunity to highlight the challenges that we refer to as education or the education system, particularly the so-called higher education segment thereof. So what does Unisa say in as far as community engagement is concerned? In terms of its strategic plan, Pillar 3 talks to community engagement or engaged scholarship. I would like to point a few aspects in that pillar, where, for instance, it says that engaged scholarship is intent of having global impact. In other words, our idea of community is for humanity, and in humanity cuts across. Number two, that Unisa, in terms of its engaged scholarship, seeks to better engage the community to achieve long-term and sustainable outcomes to the benefit of both the university and the community. So Dr. Ntsele talks about issue of mutual benefit or mutual respect. Then engaged scholarship is also seen as a tool for the revitalization and transformation of the curriculum. That's Unisa. So you do all these things, as I say, towards greater social justice, economic and environmental relevance again, and more effective corporate citizenship. I'm not so sure whether I affiliate to the notion of corporate citizenship. I am the enemy of corporate. There is a need from her presentation talking about the repositioning universities. I'll come back to this one as to whether it is possible to reposition something that is not yours, something that is Western, European. And then I see also the idea that there is that relationship between the Vrije of Netherlands, of the Dutch, and the Free State, Oranje Free State, Vrije and Free. So there is this relationship between Free State and, and then the... So I'm reminded of the Dutch company that we all, in South Africa, the Dutch East India Company. But anyway, today we're talking about transforming society, not that machine of the Dutch East, whatever. Yeah, thank you so much for that. So, about this issue that we can make academia embrace our epistemology's relevance in these Eurocentric dominions. I'm a bit pessimistic about this, especially in such a long-established hegemonic dominion of European education, wherein academics are products of the same dominion, and the souls and character of these academics are shaped by the very same systems revolutionary approaches seek to destroy. So we are all part of this monster. As I am here, the reason why I'm here is because I went through the system. We couldn't get somebody who hasn't been through this European system to come and be in this university. So all of us, we derive our currency and relevance because we are complicit in the European, pan-European, Euro-American education system. So besides, the reality is that we derive our relevance, as I said, from colonial systems. It's a fact. Because decolonial scholars, so-called, will tell you that we don't have African universities. We have universities in Africa. So if that's the logic, it means whatever we are doing, we are feeding the monster. At best, we are trying to fight the monster from inside its own belly. How do you change that? How do you reposition that? My argument is we need to get out of the belly, have our own systems, compete these foreign systems, and shoot it from outside. Is it possible? So Professor Ida actually said something very, very interesting, that we are in this thing because we need to conform, comply, and therefore become complicit. The point is need to survive. Actually, as they were presenting, I was looking at the quotes from Chancellor Williams, who made this very, very important point that we need to survive in this very same monster. So I would like to encourage you, and I know I'm 100% that Professor Ndlovu knows what I'm talking about Chancellor Williams. And this is a very, very important contribution that I think every progressive revolutionary scholar should lay their hands in. So that's very, very important. Can we teach an old horse its own tricks? If you say we're not going to be participating in these foreign systems, the first thing is we are going to starve. And the notion that education will bring prosperity is frustrating, because so many of our communities have gone and embraced this European system, went on and accumulated degrees, and then they're unemployed. And that is a contradiction. So we need to encourage the idea that in education or in knowledge construction, you cannot just be relying on theory alone. It must be theory coupled with practice, and which gives you an opportunity to have a reflective practice. So Paulo Freire talks about praxis and praxeology. So any endeavor or enterprise that is highly theoretical, where you quote your friends and whoever in the academic enterprise, without dealing with issues of society, issues of community, does not lend itself to meaningful education. So we must come to a point where we integrate the idea of theory and practice, and that is what praxis is about, from Freire, Chancellor Williams, and many others in that sphere. So, whilst talking about blending education and theory and practice, the issue is about society. Now, there is an economist in South Africa, I think it's Davi Rood. He's coming with challenging the education system, because as a capitalist, he wants education to serve the corporate. And this brings us to the issue is, why then, what is really education? What is the purpose of education? Let me digress a bit. What is a university? What is the purpose of a university? Why were universities established? So, universities for me, as they are, because they are not transformed, they are not our own. Our own universities, our knowledge, cauldrons, were destroyed, and their knowledge system stolen by the Europeans. So we have to ask ourselves, how was our knowledge pre-colonial constructed? Was it constructed in ivory towers, or was it constructed in societies and with communities? So we have to go to that. So, coming to the issue of trying to change this system, we'll have to come to the issue of what these universities stand for. So, for me, these universities are impenetrable establishments which are rooted in Euro-American cultures and traditions to serve the Eurocentric agenda in the world, whether they call it neoliberal or whatever, but the reality is that it's not serving Africa or even the Asia, as it were, the south of the world. So what we must come to terms with is that universities, especially in Africa, are in their DNA simply ivory towers. The notion that universities can co-create knowledge with communities, I wanted to say it's a farce. I don't know which other word to use, but I just feel that it's impossible, because you can co-create when you are in a relationship of equals. Then you can co-create. But when there is an imbalance in terms of power relations, there is a dominant force that would determine the agenda. So when you go to communities, you do community engagement, you try to be, I'm consultative, and the reality is that you have an inherent power as coming from a university. You may try to negotiate and mediate and, Dr. Nzele, but at the end of the day, the reality is this one is not like us. This one is educated. This one is certificated. It comes from those towers which are not easily accessible. You have to sweat to get there, to conform in order to be accepted. There is something that Dr. Nzele said, and I wanted to latch on it. And I want to quote Chancellor Williams. As I said, I will run through that kind of spine. But again, on a lighter, serious note, when you say you can change these systems, you'll be more like in South African political speak, you'll be more like having that contradiction of the SACP, that is the South African Communist Party, which is facing in thinking that it could reposition or change the ANC and co-create a humanistic, humanizing, and socialist program in South Africa post-1994. It's impossible, because the relationship is the relationship of unequals. Therefore, you cannot co-create a socialist agenda with the people in that kind of relationship. My view, therefore, is that this aspiration to reposition universities is a necessary ideal. It's necessary. It's an ideal, but it may not be a reality that we achieve unless we get out of the belly of the beast and shoot it from outside. So it is this ideal which is necessary that should influence our theory and practice of education to ameliorate a hard reality, a very, very hard and harsh reality. Just like the communist ideal, which inspires a never-ending trajectory of contradictions and contradictions. So the frustration, the disconnect between the life of a young black girl in the academia, estranged from the societal values, contradicting about the mud hut and other things, looking at your comfortable humanly space as the space of poverty, because you've been exposed to a foreign environment. Chancellor Williams has this to say about that example. And I think Professor Ida also mentioned something about people being more Roman than the Pope. Being more Roman than the Pope. So like some Europeans who think that they can be more African than Africans. So yeah. So he says, and I want to quote, "In both France and England, I found that the system of education fostered a new kind of aristocracy, an aristocracy of the educated." And he says, college graduates constituted a new upper class or new upper classes, where the son of a carpenter or a railroad conductor became estranged from his family and former friends upon receiving his university degree. Some of those studying in England became more British than the British. Just as many from what was French West Africa became more French than the Frenchmen. So in closing, program director and timekeeper at the same time, I want to say that the issue of education and research is in crisis if you look at it from a liberatory, revolutionary point of view. You talked about, you said education is in crisis, but actually the whole pan-European thing is in crisis. As we speak, there are a lot of publications about democracy being in crisis. Economy is in crisis. Geopolitics in crisis. Humanity and humanism in crisis. What's the problem? It's the very same white supremacist, global capitalist agenda that started since time immemorial. And who are the victims? Black people. And then who are the masters of the globe? white people. So all the problems of the world, there are those who are passive victims and those who are active perpetrators, as it were. There is also a movement now, ladies and gentlemen, from the research point of view, where they're talking about the research publication in crisis. This move is spearheaded by two professors, one from a university in Norway, another one from Estonia Business School. What they're advocating is that we need to look at the relevance of research, the impact of research. Does it change communities or does it help solve problems? They're talking about, instead of having many articles without impact, you can have one publication that can change the world. And how do you arrive at that kind of impactful research work? Do you need 2 weeks? Do you need 3 weeks? Do you need 6 months? Do you need a year? So we are in a business of quantification in a corporate sort of sense, where you are supposed, like in factories, you are supposed to be churning out products like an egg-laying chicken, an egg-laying hen, where you have to lay eggs, and if you are not laying eggs, then you are in a crisis. Hence the problematization of the notion of publish or perish. Publish or perish. So you must just have something. But knowledge creation is not about yourself and ticking boxes. It's not about quantification. It's about substance and intervention in society. So I'm happy that this is a conversational space. So I may have made sweeping statements, I've been all over, but I'm here because the program director is going to give us the opportunity to engage, and therefore I can speak to some of the things that I was not able to speak to, because today I really wanted to profile Chancellor Williams because it's a revolutionary. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for that insightful presentation. So when I started this conversation, I asked you all to go to your nearest person and ask about something interesting. Nobody turned to me to ask me what's interesting about you. So today, I'm going to tell you something that relates to this topic. And I just thought about it while I was sitting here. Yes, today I'm a program director, but I'm also a mom. And a mom of a teenager who studies collaboratively, if I could put it that way. And it often catches me by surprise that the curriculum she's going through is the same curriculum I did 20 years ago. We're still learning about the grasshopper. We're still learning about the fish. We're still learning about poems and how to dissect them, but not to make our own poems. And I sat and I questioned this and I asked, is it really worth having you in the same traditional system? And the question I always find myself in the catch-22. If I don't have you in the system, I'm not going to get you into university. You're not going to get a proper job. But then my daughter counteracts me and says, Mom, if I give them the answers they want, they give me the 90s, I get the reward. But I lose my individuality. Right? So we sit there constantly having this conversation of, do I push you to be in the top 10 and be compliant, or do I accept you as a mediocre child that then has a personality and diverse interests? Because you cannot be both, unfortunately. That is the trade-off that we face. And these trade-offs are not just on a school level. They're at the university level, they're at work level, and they're in life. Everything has trade-offs. And the question is, what are we willing to trade off on? That's the question I want to spark this question and answer session about. Because community engagement, yes. Solutions, yes. But are we willing to implement those solutions? And at what cost? Who's willing to take that cut in salary to say, I want to spark that change? Anybody in this room? Takers? Let's go. There we go. We've got one. We've got two. Anybody else? There we go. See? That's exactly how the flotilla brought about changes. It's small. It's small right now. But if you watch the mass movement that's coming up, it's amazing as to what one boat can do. And that's all we need, is one small spark of change. Today we sit in a room as a community of minds, of backgrounds, of perspectives, of culture. We can bring about that change once we walk out this room. But it's just about being ambitious enough to bring those trade-offs that we require. All right, as promised, I said we're going to give you all an hour to take the floor. It's not a monologue, it's a dialogue. And the dialogue is not just for my panelists. We can have conversations amongst ourselves and debate and share experiences, because that's how we learn. Right? If you want, we can open up the floor if there's anybody with questions, perspectives, experiences that they'd like to bring about. Just raise your hand and I will have the roving mic going around. 1, 2. I'm not giving number 3.
She was one.
She's 1. I think she's 2. He's 2. He's going to be 3, 4. Can we stick to 4 and then we open again? Otherwise we lose the conversation. There's too many questions at one time and it gets a bit muddled.
Okay, so I'll just start and say thank you to everybody for your thoughtful provocations. And there's one thing in art that I teach you. It is to break the rules, you must know the rules. I'm
sorry, I'm going to interrupt you there. Can I ask you to just introduce yourself and tell us where you're from before you start?
Okay, sorry. I'm Anita Venter. I'm from the University of the Free State Center for Development Support. So, yeah. So from an arts perspective, you have to know the rules. You have to play a little bit by it. But then you must go in with all passion. Once you know the rules, you know the loopholes, you know how to change it. So what makes me very excited about these conversations is that we have a new branch of academics emerging. Yes, maybe the training was a little bit colonial, it was a little bit westernized, but does not mean that you are trapped into teaching the same curriculum that you are in. So there is a reality, you have to get your doctor's degree. I don't agree with publish or perish. I say just stay a low-ranking personnel, because then you can actually go out and go do community development, you know. So, but I just want to say I'm very encouraged to see the new breed of academics coming in, and everyone in front, I would say, don't teach like you have been taught.
Yeah, I think I lean on her side a bit. My name is Tumelo, independent consultant, not from the social sciences, actually from engineering and infrastructure, but understand that those are man-made. Look, unfortunately, we live in a system, Zakira. I don't know how many are we on Earth now, is it 10 or 11 billion? It's a shared space, so we can't do as we please. I think we need to appreciate that. We live in a shared space and we have to coexist in a cordial manner. So there has to be a system that we must conform to. What is the system? Does it need change? We can begin to have debates about that. And what must be the change? It's like growing up in a household. You can't sleep when you want to, wake up when you want to, cook when you want to, eat when you want to. There are rules, right? You can sleep when you want to and do all those things at your house. But also understand that you'll probably be raising children than yourself. So I think the debate we must have is not the rules are too much, why do we conform to this degree and that degree, is to say, how do we adapt, how do we firstly package the rules, and then how do we adapt them as we evolve on this earth. Then I think, to David, look, there is hierarchy in a system. Nature has hierarchy, right? we are part of nature as human beings. I think we like to divorce ourselves, and we forget that we are actually part of nature. Maybe better control, I don't know. But whether we are more intelligent than the rest of nature, I've got questions about that. We have control over nature, but a lot of our man-made things were learned from nature. The train, centipede, helicopter, that thing that floats on above the pool water, and so on and so on. So all I'm trying to say is that, again, once more, we can't throw the baby with the bathwater. We have to have some systems, we have to have what we then need. I mean, during the king's days before we got to education, because universities are from the 1600s or so, degrees and all of that, 1500, 1600. Before that, still, there was still, for Africans, going to the mountain, going to this. Those were systems, those were universities to teach you how to be a man, how to be a woman, sitting around the fire at night. Those were universities. So were they also wrong? And what? Could we tell the adults that, no, you are now going to listen to us? So I'm just saying that instead of just throwing our hands in the air and say this is nonsense, we need to say, how do we adapt it? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Emmanuel. My surname is pure African. Some struggle to do that. Is Onyemepu, from Onyemepu, Athens. In fact, I want to be apologetic in a way because I'm going to mention two important, the name of an institution and a name of a particular individual. So I'm mentioning them without permission. That is why I'm apologizing. My experience, part of my experience stems from my study at Wits University as a Lagos student. In fact, this issue I would want us to discuss, especially David, maybe now or after. Okay, what happened is during our experience, in property law in particular, it was very difficult for most of us because property law is full of so many Latin phrases and clauses. So a particular lecturer came in, was introduced into the department to teach property law. Before her arrival, we were taught, like I just give an example, if you want to talk about spoliation, which is called Latin word for mandamus van spolio. So in the spoliation, they want, maybe a lecturer would want you to put 3 judgments. And for instance, they would say Joseph. Just at the end, they say Joseph versus maybe Johannesburg municipality. They can say, okay, another one, it could be Moonlight judgment. Another one could be like Zungu judgment, which is recent, or Telkom. So when this lady arrived, she's a black lady. In fact, let me be proud to mention her name. She is Advocate Mpumelelo Sieme. So when she came, she revolted against that principle. She said, no, you don't need to quote Joseph. You must know the judgment about Joseph, the majority judgment, that is the ruling, what the majority said, which constitutes the judgment itself, and then know whether there was a dissenting judgment, that means a minority judgment, opinion. And then you have now to draw a conclusion within you and say, what do you think? Even though the majority said this, do you agree with the majority or you agree with the minority? The introduction of this protocol encountered great pushback from the students. Why? Because she was elaborating or giving more work to do Two, is unnecessary because it has not been the order of the day or how they have been taught. In fact, it made many students, because they were grouped, so many students left her class, especially the black students. I went because they were black lecturer and the white lecturer. So many went to the white lecturer who was teaching us Joseph, Moonlight, Zungu, and that's the end. So it came to a point that people deserted her class in particular. But during the time of practice, I realized that it is very imperative that you must know the content of these judgments for you to come up with a sound, winnable argument. So you see now that there is a danger in people running for a lesser way, which is like what they say, the imperialistic imposition of knowledge, than a nuance, a new one that which can assist you. So I would want us to look at it and say, what is going on? Is it proper? Is it? But for me, what CMA did was great because it taught me another aspect, even though it can take me more nights, sleepless nights. Thank you very much.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Albert Mushi. I am a Unisa alumni. As a lifelong learner, I've since engaged with this university from 1981 to date. I'm now belonging to SASA now. And I'm still learning up to now. I'm still doing my master's with Unisa right now. I'm very much thrilled by this function today because some people, they thought maybe I'm living in my own world because I've experienced these things practically. I'm having certificates, M+3s, tertiary education, the degree and honors. And I remember at one stage I happened to lose my job and then I had to look for a job. But by that time it was the time when they were saying they are looking for women and children. And I could not find a job. And I was trying to impress, like when you apply for a job, they say they want matric. And then I will come up with all the qualifications trying to impress the prospective employer, only to find that, only to realize after some years that the very same person you are trying to impress is not educated. It's cadre appointment. That person is not educated. When he sees these qualifications, then he or she feels threatened, and he throws your documents away. And then at one stage, I could look at my qualifications, then I could realize that it looks like I'm a certificated fool here. As our late President Mandela has said, education is the key to success, knowledge is power, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's good, he was right. But practically now, education is not the only key to success. And knowledge is not only the power. Political power is the power, is the current power now. Because you find people being in strategic positions who act as if they know. And that is why now you see our country in a turmoil right now. So the challenge that our students are having now, I remember at one stage around 2013, I happened to tutor the first year students for Unisa here in business management. And then I could see the tutorial material so big as the business management one. Hey, the tutorial guide, study guide, so big. Then I look at that, and then I try to look, what is inside this big thing? And it was difficult for students because you have this big tutorial, and you've got the books to read as well. And then you know what I did? What you are doing today, I've tested it in 2013 myself. You know what I did? I read those study guides and tried to summarize what is it all about. And then I could realize this, the 4 functions of management, for example. The key 4 functions of management is all what we are doing daily, on daily basis. And I tried to take that theory into practice through my students. I could ask them, oh, okay, let's do this practically. From when you come here to the lessons today, what have you done? What have you done things? First, it was just brainstorming like. And then I could realize that those 4 functions, they did all those 4 functions of management. Then I simplified the modules, and then the students passed. And then I was not aware that I was kicking myself out of my job. Because the following year, Unisa said, no, the students are passing these courses down there. There's no need for a tutor anymore. You see? So what is happening today, I think the political powers has usurped everything. And then you young people, it's for you now to change things on your own. You know what is happening now? I'm doing research now. I always had a problem with my supervisors because I didn't want to do a research for academic status. I wanted to do a research which can resonate to my community from where I'm coming from, as a village boy. And then the supervisors were trying to make it fancy and blah, 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 blah. You have to conform, you have to, and make it very much complicated. Then I said, no. What is the purpose of me doing this? Because I don't want to do it for academic status. I want this to have an impact on my community. I want to plow back to my community. When I claim to be in academia and I go home with Mercedes-Benz or the latest Toyota at home, try to impress the community at home, what impact am I doing? Nothing. So right now, I'm here to now, I'm pursuing this master's degree. My topic is practical. I'm doing applied research now. I'm no longer dwell on so many, the research readings to say so much, so synthesize this, what. I'm doing applied research now. I want to plow back to my community. I thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Yeah,
I think I just responded by Ukikiza. I'll respond to the ones that I think I can. Then I think the one about Walker recording, either can take it, and there was one that was specific to. Oh, sorry. I thought I just responded by Ukikiza to say that we should not be afraid to write work that is simplified to the people that we're writing for. Because I think I was very intentional when I was writing my PhD to say that I wanted to be a book that even somebody that can read, and I didn't want it to be written in big words and all that kind, but it took a lot out of me. So advocacy for such things also begins with us willing to spend time. Community engagement is very messy. That's why most of us don't do it, because if you have a timeline, you are not going to be doing the back and forths with your supervisor. And I think one of the advices that I eventually got when I got to the Netherlands from both Ida and Halle was that, you know what, Busi, just do what your supervisor in UFS wants you to do, and then you'll do what you like with your postdoc. So that's what I'm doing right now.
As we speak.
As we speak. Also, with the ethical processes, I think Anita can attest to that. We would not have changed the ethical processes if we didn't say that they were not being done right. So as we speak, the UFS ethic processes actually meet once a month. When I was studying, they used to meet after every 3 months. And one of the key things that I learned was, I remember with my final version, I was called into a room, and when I entered that room to explain my studies, I found that there were 4 white people, I think, and then there was 1 black. I don't remember if they were, but they were Nigerian or whatever. And then I remember then there was a lady that was a colored lady that was taking notes. And for me, that was the reason why I understood that. That is why that this process has been a back and forth, because I couldn't see anyone that looked like me in that whole ethical committee. And for me, that was a composition that was shocking, because UFS is a university that is largely populated by black people. And it was not that shocking based on the fact that I was studying invisible power, though, and the fact that I was also, in a sense, challenging institutional struggles that have been there for years. And one of the key things that I learned from that process is that I'd also like to acknowledge that UFS was very brave when they allowed me to eventually go on with the way that I wanted to do my research, because it was not a research that was common. For example, I was doing 2 universities at once. So I had 4 supervisors, and I had 5 supervisors. So it was a back and forth from both worlds. 3 from the European context, 2, one of them was Afrikaner there was no black person in my supervision team. So I think when I first sat down for my postdoc interview with the TM school, one of the things that I said when I came out, I was saying to my brother, oh, that felt weird. And he said, why? I was like, I'm so used to being in a space where everyone is white except me. And the one thing that I acknowledged was when I was starting to say what I wanted to do, I didn't have to sit down and explain every form of detail, because already the people that I was talking to had context. So we can run away from our own positionality, but it does inform where we want to go when it comes to changing some of these things. So for me today, I would like to hear more from you guys on how we are coping with this academic trajectory, because mina ngiyagoisha. Yeah, I wanted to share on, there was also another concept, because when I was in the Netherlands, one of the programs that I was part of was the Narratives of Change program, which looks at how we change systems and how we change structures. It was actually, I had a Desmond Tutu fellowship where it was 3 universities. Oh, that's how we met, actually.
Oh, yeah.
We met at a conference in UCLA where I first started my fellowship, so I needed to go to, coming to America for the first time. It also was a cultural shock. So I think for the past 7 years, I've been shocked all my life. It's only this year that I'm getting to relax and actually dialogue and have conversations that speak to things that I like to speak about. And one of the key things that I found interesting that they do in the Netherlands is the concept of a wild pedagogy. One of the key speakers when they were, because theorizing is very weird, because when he spoke as a black person, I would not have theorized it as wild pedagogy if I didn't know the theory. At the same thing, one of the key elements when I was describing Ms. Babato, I was saying she was a feminist, and she was like, I'm not a feminist. But all the things that she was narrating to me could relate to feminism, but she was disputing the fact that it was feminism because she had her own way of acknowledging her epistemic plurality. And I think it's high time that we actually acknowledge that our way of knowing and seeing things and explaining things is what brings us to this room today, because otherwise I would not have seen either as superior to me or inferior if I had not adapted to these situations of getting into a system where I where we need to dismantle some of the way that we look at knowledge in terms of the hierarchy of who's there, who's here, and who's here. So I really could relate to the concept of wild pedagogy because it made sense to what Ubaba was talking about just recently.
Thank you, Busi. Talking about wild pedagogies, I mean, I mentioned before that what Anita and Busi have done, for me, is a form of wild pedagogy. Actually, three colleagues of ours, one from Northwest University, one from UKZN, and myself, we published an article where we tentatively compared the ways of teaching, and this is about practical teaching as well. We compared our ways of teaching where, as critical scholars, we try to expand not just our classroom, but also beyond our classroom, because we have a genuine belief that going out, be it into nature, be it in whatever project you might want to go in terms of communities, the real experience of being somewhere and being together with people will ultimately inspire you and help you to think differently. And it's not going to change the world immediately, and it's not going to decolonize immediately, but it may give students a sense of alternatives for traditional professor, like I stand here, traditional professorship teaching. And that was one of the main things we tried to express in that. And what I wanted to say to that, especially to the element of decolonization, is that, yes, I'm white and I'm European, and I'm not going to adapt to everything here. That's not what I'm saying. The thing is, across the world, there's pockets of resistance, and there's pockets where people see inequalities and problematize inequalities. And for me, supervising Busi was a learning experience, from the language she used with her Zulu background, to punctuation in things, to ordering knowledge and what have you. It was a real experience for me, so I learned a lot, but it also taught me that if we have these encounters and we exchange the different forms of oppression we are facing without balancing the depth of oppression, if we manage to share experiences of oppression, for instance, from my part also being a woman, which is still an issue in many countries and becoming even more, I think, worldwide at the moment. If we share genuinely felt experience of oppressions, we may find small pockets of change where we together can have initiatives to bring all of us further. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. When I started, I said conversations around education, and in particular community engagement, in the sense of engaged scholarship, must be prepared to get into the space of crucial conversations. Because what you have to be alive to is that education is a contested space. It's political. It's a space of domination. You must be prepared that there would be the dominated and those that are dominated. So, you cannot remove the sense of this education as a political phenomenon. Whether you refer to Gramsci or whoever, but the reality is that. So the issue of hierarchy, you can, if you want to live with hierarchy and take it as natural, it's fine. But the point is that we're compromising the broader emancipatory or liberatory ideal. That one is a reality. And one of the most puzzling things that most progressive educationists identified about why this oppression and domination is sustained over centuries is basically the love, the undying love of blacks for their Europeans and Asian conquerors and enslavers. We seem to be like in love with this. When you talk about dismantling these chains, then it becomes like, what's wrong with you? So we have to live with the fact that we have to go beyond even transformation. The reason why we were in this situation centuries later is that we're playing with this issue, and we are trying to transform something without changing the substance. So transformation is problematic because you're dealing with the form, not the substance. That's another thing. Coming to the issue of the Freirean approach, the issue of agency and equality is very, very important. And if you're going to determine the notion of superiority and inferiority on the basis of certification and where one comes from, are you from the ivory towers of Eurocentric establishments as against to the African indigenous knowledge system as an example, then we have a problem. So I think I needed to emphasize those issues. Certification is not education. Certification is not education. And also training is not education. Grooming is not education. So there's a lot that goes into the whole issue of education. And if your understanding and view of education will influence the way in which you conduct research. So if you look at yourself in terms of education as that of transmission, where you have the one who knows and the other one is an empty vessel, even when you go to communities, your attitude is going to be the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. I'm going to abuse my part as chair, and I'm going to ask pertinent, controversial questions right now. Do you want to say something? Okay, 1 minute, right? So when I asked Vusi, I said, Vusi, what would you like to achieve through the seminar today? And she says, Doc, I just want to know how can we find solutions to break down barriers of hierarchy, right? And I thought to myself, that is one loaded task. And I sat and I thought about it. And I want you all to just take in what I'm going to say, because this is something that affects all of us. I'm a town planner by profession, right? We have tried to break down barriers. During apartheid, we had a very top-down structure in how cities were planned, how they were managed, and how they were administered. As soon as apartheid came in, we decided, you know what, we are done with this top-down structure. We want to hear from the bottom up. We want to give freedom. We gave freedom of movement. We gave freedom of choice. We gave freedom of voice, right? And one of the requirements, according to the Constitution, was you needed bottom-up planning for all your developments. Now, what that entailed was community participation before any development took place. What we overlooked was the diversity of cultures that would come forward, and the suppressed nature, as I say, the shackles, the suppressed nature of people. So now, if you had suppressed people for the longest time, and then you call them for public participation and say, come on guys, I'm going to listen to you today. Do you think people are going to talk? Or are they going to be hesitant? And what happened in those cases is many times the loudest voices made the biggest impacts, but they were not the right voices to listen to. We currently find ourselves with largely dysfunctional municipalities because there are just too many voices in the room and too many people pulling at different strings. So if we break down hierarchy and you give it down to the bottom, the question is, are we all equal in terms of vision? Are we all equal in terms of what we want to achieve? Right? And those are questions that I don't have answers to. But in terms of case studies, these are things that we have found out in terms of community engagement. All right. So I'm going to leave the floor open with those controversial questions. If you all can give us solutions, we are all open and all ears. We have a panel. Go for it. Can you please just raise your hands in terms of questions, comments, criticism, and the roving mouth will come through. Okay, can I give someone else a turn? Just this round, right? Let's go 1, 2, 3, and can I go to the, okay, I know she's waiting, the lady with the red top. So the lady with the red top, and we're gonna take 4 at a time. I'm not excluding you, we just come back for the next round, right? So we said the lady with the red top is 4, 3, I think that was 1, and number 2 was there. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4.
Can you hear me? My name is Sakina Mohammed. I'm not going to answer your question. That is too loaded. But what I do want to get to is the fact that you actually alluded to it. When people have been oppressed for such a long time and we've been shackled, we're not going to come in and trust that our issues will be put on the table. And the other thing that we overlooked is that we assumed that people who are in politics will have our interest at heart. They did not. We are now waking up and realizing that, wait a minute, we have to be the change that we want. And I think that the world over, in terms of Trump coming in, and also the issue of Gaza, the issue of the DRC, the issue of genocide around the world has awoken people. But I don't think that we've come to the position where we begin to say we are responsible for our political living. And so I think that this process is not going to end here. And I like what you said, Busi. This is our national dialogue, but then we need to take this dialogue into our communities. But also the fact that we've been deprogrammed, you know, that we believe that everything that is Eurocentric is good. And that is what we need to decolonize. We need to know that as Africans, we are the earth of the people. We are the people. People have learned from us, and yet we don't believe in ourselves. So it is also reprogramming in terms of how do we believe what we are doing is right. Not all the time, but most of the time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Adebisi Daodo, the CEO, Director of Adebisi Daodo SA, and also a student here at Unisa, studied archives and also information science. But I'm so happy about this topic on the community engagement. My question is in two perspectives. One is on the decolonizations, pre-colonizations and post-colonization. Also include to it Africa indigenous knowledge. As a student of archives, in the archives repositories, we have all form of African knowledge that has been archived in archives repositories. Now, my question is that in terms of the academias, is it important, as we are in fourth industrializations, and also we look at the previous industrialization in terms of information age, and now that we are in the fourth industrializations, my question is it necessary? You can mark it like, is it necessary for academias to develop, to formulate models from the Africa indigenous knowledge that has been archived? Is it important? Because when we look about the Africa indigenous knowledge, I also kind of say to myself, as a student of archives, why are we still talking about decolonizations and also pre-colonizations and post-colonization? We have all this knowledge as Africa in the archives. Every countries have archives, repositories where knowledge of each cultures, knowledge of each countries has been archives. Now, my question is it necessary for academias to develop models in order to be taught in the university environment in terms of this knowledge of Africa's indigenous knowledge? Because now, when I look at it, we are now in the era of AI, information of things. We are in the era of chat GPTs and all these technologies era. As an African man, because based on my instinct and also my kind of knowledge on archives, and I mean, which I have been taught here at Unisa, now I look at it. When we look at those records of Africans, I won't lie to you, you'll be so amazed. I don't know, maybe anyone have visited the archives, museums, and see what has been produced from the Africa indigenous. They are so fantastic. Now that we are now in these eras of fourth industrializations, in time of AI, knowledge has been increased. Is it necessary for academias to develop models to retrieve all these records in order to be taught in universities in terms of what Africa has? Africa has a lot of potential that have been archived many years ago. When you look at from the I don't want to go to much of details now, but I'm so wonder. We are still talking about decolonization, post-colonization, pre-colonization. We all have this record of Africans from west to north to east of Africa. Is it necessary for academias to, that's my question, to develop all these records? Is there any researchers that is ready to retrieve all this record and look at it? How can we work on it in this information age we have? Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. I think if I understand your question correctly, you're asking us to look at Pan-Africanism as a form of knowledge production.
I'm looking at in this society we have now, in terms of fourth industrializations. Now, of course, based on the lectures of Mr. David, he mentioned about science and knowledge.
Okay.
Also, they mentioned about decolonizations, but I was looking from this perspectives.
Okay.
Africa has a magnificent history.
Yes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your question. I'm going to ask David, who's a specialist in that field, to respond to you. Can I just move on to the next one? Thank you so much.
Thank you. The name is Kawe Zulu. I'm also a alumni here at Unisa, but I'm speaking on behalf of Sanral. And I would like to pose a question to Dr. Busisi Wentele with regard to her paper. If it did actually, or does it touch on community engagement with regards to projects? Project in a sense of your RDP, project in a sense of your road infrastructure. Because most of the times, people who actually disrupt service delivery are the communities themselves. So I just wanted to find out if your paper actually touches on that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Andy Swatsawana. I'm a founder of a cosmeceuticals company, Imijelo Africa, and we manufacture eczema products to try and remove people from the steroid creams and the petroleum-laden products. They've been clinically tested and dermatologist approved. To the point that Mr. David Dutolo raised earlier on about dealing with transformation, which is problematic, because as we have to face the substance of this transformation era. For instance, having developed the skin range that I'm talking about, because one of the things that drove me, besides my personal experience with my kids, it's realizing that our leading retailers in this country, you don't have a black-owned skin range that addresses this issue. So that's one of my motivating factors. But now, the products are qualifying everything, but it's still difficult because the transformation part of this system is there's still barriers for me to have the products getting into those retail shelves. But my main focus right now because you mentioned the land issue. Now, coming from, well, I've never studied with Unisa, but my daughter next to me is a student of Unisa. I did my studies in the UKZN, most of the things, and then University of Pretoria, so with biochemistry and biotechnology, all of those things. So, with the land issue, we are facing an issue of genetically modified foods, maize being one of the things, and we've got ARC, the Agricultural Research Council, being at the forefront of that. And our people in the communities, they don't know anything about that. Even those learned people, for instance, my mother, she's a retired attorney. But when when we were discussing a project, because there was this project where the government was rolling out these seeds that are genetically modified, and people are not even being informed about that. And then they get to those who have used it, and then they realize 2 years later they can't plant anything in that plot. Without dwelling too much on the consequences of those genetically modified foods. So one of the things that has been bothering me as a biotechnologist is those are the things, the transformative issues that need to be focused on. And in the mainstream, let me say mainstream, let me rather say, other academic institutions, they don't have appetite for such discussions. And right now I'm just running my small business, but when I looked at what the Thabo Mbeki Institute is all about, I thought this is one of the platforms where we can actually engage, because for me it's low-lying or low-hanging fruits, because there is evidence that these genetically modified seeds have destroyed the plots. Therefore, how do we change that and empower our communities and educate them in simple terms and make sure that they have their own seed banks? So, that kind of an approach. So for me, that's how we can use, or challenge or break these hierarchies, because having someone, I've got a master's in biotechnology, and then, for instance, but when you then go to your communities where you are known, then it becomes it would become an easier conversation. That's what I'm thinking. So that's how we can kind of break the hierarchies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask my panel to contribute back, and then we'll take one more round of questions.
Thank you. Okay. That was a very good contribution, because I think for me, that's what led me to actually look into Boyer's theory when it comes to speaking about engaged scholarship. Because one of the key things that we have been doing for the longest time as academics is working in silos. So one of the critical things that Boyer speaks about is that we need to be transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and interdisciplinary for us to be able to cross-exchange knowledge is and break down boundaries. For example, I don't know the information that we are talking about because it's not my area, but it doesn't mean that the community cannot benefit. So one of the key things that happens in that community project, Yasemireka Cultural Village, is they have gardens that they use. And one of the key things that Ms. Babato is passionate about is to teach about the plants, the seeds, the trees. Me being there just building meant that I was not just getting knowledge on the building, I was getting knowledge on the plants as well. I was getting knowledge on things that I was taking for granted because unfortunately city life has made us take some of these things for granted. All we can see now is jacaranda trees, which we love, you know, but it's in the city. So when we do engage scholarship the way that you do it this way, it was good because then you could bring agriculture students to come and check the soil. We could bring architecture students to come and do the measurements. So that's the type of teaching and learning that service learning then provides. It also then fits to one of the key questions that one of Abu Baba has asked today about graduate attributes, because we see that the economy these days doesn't require us to have one way of thinking. We need skills. We need to diversify. I graduated in December 2023. The whole of last year I didn't have a job because I couldn't get the job that I wanted, you know. Because I wanted the job that I wanted, I couldn't get the job. I had to slowly go back to my reflection and be intentional about saying, what is my plan B? That also takes us back to the dilemmas that we're facing, because the reason why I couldn't get the job that I wanted was because my teaching and learning was strong, my research was shaky because I didn't have publications, and my community engagement was strong. But every time I applied for a junior position, they'd be like, you're overqualified for this position. I applied for a senior position, they're like, oh, you have one publication. You need to at least have 3 publications. So this is teaching us that working in silos is no longer an option. We need to diversify our skills. Like you're saying, you're a small business person as well. We have also realized that we do need the multiple streams of income. That is why then it's important that we do the epistemic plurality of knowledge, is that you can't just put your children in a school and say the teachers will do all the work. Education does not just happen in the 4 corners of the classroom, you know. We need to, otherwise if we have people writing, because I say that the development of a child is like a blank slate. Someone must write on it. If you are not writing as the parent, the friends will write, the teacher will write. If they have a teacher like Ida, she will write what she believes in. If they have a teacher like me, then I'll tell them that, hey, you can't dismantle the master's house using the master's tools, you know. So we all need to do our bits and pieces. So my stance today is still saying this is an ongoing reflection to say the agency is ours. What are we doing in our little corners to contribute to this, solving these societal ills together? Oh, yes. I'm not going to talk a lot about that. I'll just refer you to my chapter 4 on my thesis, which I think Ntabi saying, Ntabi, I'll ask you to share with everyone that's in here today, because it's a big debate. It speaks to the land issue as well. It speaks to the project. It speaks to why we're here in terms of where we are in the economy and how we make these decisions that bring us to this room today. So if you can't read the whole thesis, if you just read the chapter 4, then you'll figure how then, because it's not really my thoughts that came in there. What I did is I went to the community, and what the community said was that building relations is like a chicken pie. So we all come together to bring our ingredients, the different ingredients that go into a pecan pie. Then we all share the little pieces of the pie. But you find that sometimes people want to have a bigger piece, the whole pie, as we're experiencing now. There's people that have the whole pie, others have a bigger pie. But then how do we all then make sure that our tiny ingredients, whether you brought an onion or you bought the electricity or you didn't even have money, you just brought your skills, or you don't know how to cook like me, you always bring the emotional support in the kitchen. That's what Ubuntu is all about, that we all work towards seeing the changes that we've dreamt for not just for ourselves, but what legacies are we leaving for our children? Last week, Dr. Koli and I, we went to a roundtable discussion on democracy and elections. And for me, it was I went back home with a pocket of hope, because I felt like at least we had planted a seed to a population that was saying in that room, we have stopped voting. We're not going to vote because look at us, look at where we are. And on that same note, they were still saying, yeah, but we're blaming the government of national unity. And I was like, but you know, we got here to the government of national unity because people didn't vote. You guys didn't vote. So you being silent, you actually took a stance. So if you want to change things around, this is the first year that we've even had a budget speech postponed, you know. So this is the first year that they were saying, "Sifuna imisebenzi, asina misebenzi, ku-62.2." But I was like, you are the people that need to claim the agency back, because if you're not voting, we are actually voting for this disaster. We would not have been here if people took part in the politics. So these systems are interlinked. And for me, the shocker was that these are your university students. These are young people. And if you look at the voting crisis, you can already tell where we're going as a country. So I'm putting it back to you as parents. What are you saying to your children about voting, about ways of life, about growing up, about liking their blackness, about knowing who they are, about girl children growing up, knowing their stance in life, so that they could go out there? I remember my mom used to say to me, hey, go to school so that you could change the cycle of poverty. But I was really stressed when I saw poor professors at the end, because I was like, how am I going to change the cycle of poverty? Because if one person makes it and she still has to take care of 30 people at the back, then you're going to be a poor professor. So we all have to make sure that we're all making it, so that we contribute to the piece of the pie. So unfortunately, with black people, we want to be the one that made it, the first one to do this, the first one to drive the Mercedes. We all need to pull each other up so that we can all go together to get there, not faster, but we're going to get there eventually. So I'm always saying, I still have pockets of hope because of the things that I learned during my PhD. I didn't know I had this much resilience before I started the PhD. At some point, I wanted to stop. At some point, I was done. And then the University of the Free State was like, if you stop, you're going to have to pay back the 3 years funding money that we gave you. And I was like, where am I going to get that money from? So I continued. But at the end, I honestly felt like the PhD was not about the wisdom, the science, and everything. It was about it reminding me to have an ongoing reflection with myself on a daily basis. Yes, it is. Frey University. Oh, thank you, Prof. That's why you are my mentor.
Do you want to do the one at the bottom?
I hope this is the last round. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I'm tempted to traverse the questions posed, not restrict myself to one. It's tempting, when you're an activist, like, yeah. Thank you so much. Community participation and community involvement. As I said, everything depends on your attitude, your motive, and your approach, thinking as such. So the community may participate in the project, but participating to pursue your own agenda. So we have to respect the subjective element of our communities. My gripe with the Euro-American system, the system that we're dealing with, is that doesn't care about the human element. It's not humanizing. You didn't talk about Ubuntu. It's just an enterprise. Now, to the colleague Sakina Mohammed, something atrocious happened, the past 2 years. And how many academics do we have in this very same system? And if you were to reflect on the research that people have generated here and in the whole spectrum, that with this issue of like unimaginable, tragic proportions, what was the role of academia in terms of dealing with that? David, what was your contribution in terms of engaging on this matter? What was your activism as an academic? Because if we're saying education is about making a societal change, if we're to take, head count, what have you done? What have you done? Have you done? And then history is going to judge most of us very, very harshly on this matter that you are referring to. And in this university, I remember I think it was the VC on 1 or 2 occasions was actually goading academics to engage on this, to a point where a statement was issued to condemn the tragic thing that was happening. But that was just the statement issued, I think it was about 2 years ago, and that's it. So the system we're dealing with is not a humanizing, doesn't have a human face, if we're to refer to Biko, for instance. I'm going to finish with the last one on the IKS. So one of the things why people are not engaging on these serious issues is that we want to conform in order to survive. Yes. I'll give you an example of some of my trusted comrades in the academia who were very, very revolutionary. And now they wanted to do their PhDs. Telling me directly, hey, David, I am now behaving. This word professor is, otherwise I will not get it. So where's the integrity? So this is a very, very serious problem in as far as some are concerned. There's no honesty, there's no integrity. It's all about accumulating things in order to conform and survive. So that is the reality, and I'm sorry, that is we can't do anything about it. It's a question of conscientization, activism, and the like. Somebody talked about the genetically modified food. The system is political. I don't know whether. So you may not be able to participate fully because of where you come from in terms of your approach. African products, as it were, do not necessarily depend on the fact that we don't have skills. We have skills in our own right, but it's that our own systems are not acknowledged. They play second fiddle to foreign constructs. And that's where the problem is. Fortunately, and I hope, Prof. Mello, this will be thoroughly pursued, one of the focus areas in the school is on sustainable livelihoods and resource management. And that difficult question is one question that needs to be entertained in the curriculum on sustainable livelihoods and resource management, because it deals with exactly that aspect and other issues For instance, taking care of our lakes, our pastures, and all those kind of things. So those are very, very critical. Just to volunteer this information that when we're compiling the qualification mix, coming with the focus areas and the like, this point was not included. I was fortunate to be part of that team that was laying the foundation for the establishment of the school. And I have to say this, that it was actually President Mbeki who said you can't have all these things and forget this critical issue about sustainable livelihoods and resource management. And that's how we came to be in this. So you cannot ignore this elements. Now the question of my brother around African knowledge systems. And then you said, is it necessary? I didn't want to even listen to the rest of your question. But the fact that is it necessary, I just said yes, then we'll take care of the rest of your question. So I endorse that point that it is necessary for academia, even in the 21st century, to acknowledge African indigenous knowledge systems. One of the African researchers, and I think Professor Ndlovu, I'm going to, when he has his closing remarks, he must talk about this historical aspect because he is the encyclopedia of history, as he is. So he needs to talk about the pre-colonial Africa and the indigenous knowledge system. That what we have to realize is that what we see now as the so-called modern science is a result of the theft and pillage of Europeans of our own indigenous knowledge systems. You can go to Kemet and all that. So people such as Sheikh Anta Diop, Senegal, Joseph Kedzebo, Burkina Faso, among others, dealt with this. I don't want to repeat Chancellor Williams about this whole issue that we have had a wealth of knowledge which was destroyed, stolen, and pillaged by our conquerors. So how relevant is it in that sense? You mentioned issues of the fact that we're in the fourth industrial revolution era and something else. Those are just mechanisms, platforms to advance society. So that can be carried, our indigenous knowledge systems and knowledge construction can be carried. We can use those platforms. It doesn't mean that the fact that we're Africans, we cannot associate with this. Nothing stops us even from doing more than what the others have done in that sense. Look at them as mechanisms or platforms for advancement, but the substance remains our own indigenous knowledge systems. So I'm going to challenge Professor Ndlovu in his remarks to emphasize the importance of indigenous knowledge systems. We cannot run away from ourselves, in short. Thank you.
Thank you, David. We are running a few minutes late. If you all don't mind, we can open the floor up for one more round of questions. All right. Oh, yes. No. 1, 2. Okay, let's start from the back. 1, 2, 3. Can we cut it out as 3? Can we give someone else a turn this time? All right. Can we cut it off at 3? Oh, and Prof. gives. All right, that will be the last round of questions before we do a closure. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Khoto Castro Mutau. This is directed to you, Brother David. As much as it's ideal for Afrocentric knowledge to be in the forefront, why then are we still empowering Eurocentric epistemologies? I guess perhaps it's time we question this scholarship funding as a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mutimedi Scovel, and I am not sure if my question will be relevant. However, I know the diversity of our country. If Kgorong Eastern Cape and start talking to the Eastern Cape people, they won't respond to me because they were the last one. That's how difficult is it for engagement. So I know when I was in STSA, I'm a statistician by profession. When I was at STSA, we used to have gatekeepers. I'm a gatekeeper, so I'll first go to the gatekeeper, speak English and understand Setswana so that he can communicate easier to the people. Now, my question is, TM, what is it that you are doing to promote engagement in communities? I know to be a scholar, it's kind of like difficult. When I wanted to do my master's, I had to go back because I did it in 1998. I didn't have research. When I wanted to do my master's currently, I had to go back and study something that have research. So I did my honors in education so that I can study research, and I qualified to do my master's in statistics. So that there's a component of research. So you find that there are no people that come, even if they've got the ideas behind, they don't meet the requirements to do the research or to work around those research. So what is it that you are doing to promote what you want to achieve? If you want to achieve promotion on community engagement, how do you go about it to make sure that you've got more scholars or more people engaging in that activity? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Manelis Genge. I'm a private citizen. I'm not affiliated with any institution. Thank you, Program Director. When you commented that you talked with Dr. Nsele and about what she wants to get out of this, and her response was how to break down hierarchy. I got a little bit lost. It's a daunting challenge. It's a daunting challenge. In my other life, when I was still working, various officials who work in government, this would be also a challenge even there. Can you break down, have a flat structure so that, and all those things? And I don't know. It's a daunting challenge. And I think Anita's response earlier on, I think it was a pointed response that if you want to do anything, at least understand the rules and then you'll know what to change. I think we are talking at various levels throughout this seminar. Various levels. Even, let me be frank with my friend, Dr. Ndlovu here, Professor Ndlovu. I even said, we're at Unisa for God's sake. You have some leverages, because it seems to me part of the problem is the curriculum. And curriculum is within your control as a Unisa. And listening to Dr. Nsele, I said, whatever she's saying, you are saying, Dr. Nsele, your PhD you have achieved something through your PhD. Because if you get your PhD, you are not agitated, then you didn't really do a thorough work with your subject matter. Secondly, your PhD, of course, you should be the first one to thoroughly investigate that topic. That's why you get agitated and you see other things. But I think you are fortunate that you are doing your postdoc, because that will give you an opportunity then to make your contribution and also to deal with all these issues. My suggestion, I don't know if it makes sense, because as a postgraduate, and hopefully you will get a job, you will attain a position. In terms of hierarchy, the first way of breaking hierarchy will start with you. That is, namely, you should be reachable to those who are below you, and also you should share your expertise with those. Produce more Dr. Ntsele. If you produce more Dr. Ntsele, you'll be breaking the hierarchy. Don't look up at outside. And I think the issue of curriculum is critical. And I heard Mr. Liswalo, I heard him, Paul Feller and others. There are a lot of each generation. Let me put it this way to conclude. Each generation reflects on its own situation, and you are doing exactly that. Each generation, you can't bank on the reflections of others, because each generation has its own challenges. I stayed in Europe for some years, and in Europe, one of the things that we need to understand, I think someone at the back said, Europe has its own, they receive knowledge from Europe, we shouldn't treat it as God-given. Europe has its own limitation, and I've said one example, and Professor Dr. Sabel, let's take Germany, for example, just as an example. It's so conservative that there are certain names that you must not give to a child. You can't name your child by give a certain name. That's how conformity the society is. Then when it comes to ourselves, then is part of what I say. I was a little bit surprised that we seem to be lamenting as if we're not at Unisa in terms of the curriculum. I'm a historian by profession, by the way, let me claim that. You see, part of being a South African, being a historian, one of our challenges of our generation was our absence in the pages of history. It was our absence. The Africans were not in the pages of the South African history. And therefore, one of your contribution, whatever you've studied, try to bring that knowledge. You see, when you do a proper research, especially in South Africa and others, and even what Mr. David Little are trying to suggest, even Paul Ferreira was saying that in Brazil, try to start from the known to the unknown. Once you start from the known to the unknown, you are bringing your perspective, which is missing. But if you start from the European side, you are not bringing your perspective as a South African, as individual. Bring your perspective, start from the known, what you know. When I say known, what you know that is missing out there, is not included in the academia. Then as you progress with your research, that's how you're going to make a contribution. That's the first point. The second point, getting to what David Little is saying, which I agree with all your citations. But my limited observation, maybe Dr. Ida will indicate and Anita will see if they agree with me. My limited observation is this. As a PhD student, understand the roles and do your PhD. Of course, you are not going to repeat work that is done by others. And understand that. And that you are given opportunity, you now, Dr. Ntsele, to do your postdoc, you publish your work. But make more contribution than as you publish, as you get in your field. Scholarship is a conservative field because there's gatekeepers, someone has used it. Gatekeepers, those professors who have made names on findings that were not rigor. When you as upcoming, you're trying to challenge them, and then you're thrown out of the room by them, the established professors. But that does not prevent you from having your voice. We shouldn't be applying TINA. There's always alternative. The last point, just to get to this point, I'm reminded, as I say, I'm a historian. The Indians, looking at their history in post-colonial India, produced a generation of historians that are called subaltern studies. Subaltern studies was to bring another view to the Indian history that was written by the British, all about the conquerors, how the British conquered India. The Indian historian said, no, this is not how it works. We are not in the pages of the Indian history that we learn at school. Then they produced the other view of how India has experienced its own history, including the British colony. Therefore, Tina should say there's always there's alternative view. Always insist on the alternative view. Don't succumb to the fact that it is an alternative view. But I think, Professor Melo, let's not lament. You have the levers of authority. If we talk about the curriculum, deal with this, addresses the curriculum issue. Thank you very much.
Good morning, colleagues in the room and online. Is Prof. Comfort Mkize from the TM school. Actually, my learned ambassador gang has just stolen, but not like the imperialist. He stole my ideas. But in Zulu we say indlela ibuzwa kwaba phambili, meaning for you to get direction, you need to ask the elders. So I think Leonard Ambassador, I think that is the role that he played. But my point basically is that we are a wounded society. And being a wounded society, we need a form of healing. So meaning, even if we do curriculum change, decolonize, but if we don't take seriously the issue of healing, I don't think curriculum change or whatever would take us anywhere. We need deep healing as a society. I mean, if somebody comes and steals your land, you can't feed your kids because your land has been stolen. Then you say, I'm going to voice out my concerns in writing. Do you think in writing it will bring back the land? Definitely not. But the challenge that I want to raise, universities know where the issue is. We've been talking about transformation, and my learned colleagues here do know what the solution is. But the challenge we are sitting with is established frameworks, established practices. For instance, if I supervise a master's and PhD student, I send the thesis to a professor in the UK, and I haven't used a particular theory that this professor is always, this likes it. The examiner likes this theory. But Mkize, because his student was writing from a decolonial perspective, then Mkize said, don't use this theory. Then the thesis is sent out. What would be the result? Then the thesis comes back and the report says no thorough literature review was done. Not that the literature review was not done. It was done, but there was an expectation that because the study is about the conflict in DRC, a certain theory should be included. And where was that theory coming from? Western origin. So hence I'm saying, it's not that we don't know how to transform. We do know, but like the Professor Ida has said earlier, that we have to conform, comply, and be complicit in the system. But I like the point that the colleague from the University of Free State, Anita, shared with us this morning, to say, to be able to break the rules, you must know the rules. So in other words, the point that Ntate David, I think, was trying to push across is not to say let's totally disregard Western knowledge, but we should be aware that there were ulterior motives when this knowledge was created. And how do we counter those motives? I think that's what is critical. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much for the feedback. I'm going to ask the panel to respond. Can we just be a bit briefer?
For me, I think I just accept the contributions on my side. I think there's two questions, one for David from Castro, and the other one's for Ida. Thank you.
It's just a small statement that I would like to make. I heard about established practices, I heard about different knowledges, about decolonization and what have you. I think that the system we're in at the moment and that we largely have to comply to is very devastating for everybody. An underlining of the TINA principle that I've been fighting now for 30 years is that there are pockets of hope here, but also in my own country. And one of the little illustrations of that is that from 2012 on, students started to protest. Students started to protest the system with big classrooms, with overworked professors, with professors who actually didn't want to teach but wanted to research, all those system-related issues. And what the students then said is, we are not a cookie factory. So what unites us across the different knowledges we need in our own places in the world is that we are somehow dealing with a system that ultimately tries to render both students and professors as cookies. Big scale, bringing in money, I don't know for whom, not for me, as Busi mentioned. I'm a happy person without money, so that's not the point. But the idea is that those students inspired me at that time as a professor to rethink TINA and indeed say there's always an alternative. The only thing is we have to find it. And one of their slogans was, we're not a cookie factory. And colonization renders the whole world to a cookie factory, producing money for few. That's what I wanted to say.
So when I respond, I must have evidence. So I just want to say that on the question, in fact, I think my response to my brother, I think it's Mudau, yes, will also speak to the concerns or points raised by the ambassador at the same time. Afrocentric education, and I like the way you framed it. We want Afrocentric education, but why are we continuing to promote Eurocentric system? And I think I've answered that question in my presentation. To say we are in the belly of the beast, and we are conforming in order to survive. And that's the reality. We can try and be nice about, but that's the reality. And more especially as academics, we've got ways in which we can dodge the situation. I like what my colleague Professor Mkize indicated, that we know in this university, the universities know that there is a problem. They know. And the song, the never-ending song of transformation is not new. Like, it's been there since time immemorial. So it's more like even in politics, just looking at this, it's a big problem that we've had with the neoliberal system, which dates back to the initial conquest and invasion. So why are we some of us are like just doing it because it's natural. Like, okay, this is what, because we are made by this system. We derive our currency in this system. I speak the way I do because predominantly I was baptized into this system. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. And even if I talk the way I talk, I'm like somebody who's kicking the monster in its belly. What are you going to do? So a very, very progressive scholar talks about the notion of, as progressive or revolutionary scholars, you must get into this system more like intellectual insurgents. You get inside and do whatever you want. I don't know how effective that would be. So some of the things that make us seem to be promoting, sustaining the Eurocentric system is the way in which the system itself preserves itself. It's got its own mechanisms. Some of them you can see, and some of them you may not see. And I was talking to Dr. Nzele earlier on about what power is, because we don't have power. You can be, because power normally is invisible. So there is a scholar in, I think it's Italian or whatever, Dante Alighieri. He talks about the power of power lies in its ability to hide mechanisms of oppression. And I like this quote because even in South Africa, if you want to see the people who are in power, they are not the ones that you see in the political or government offices with the blue lights and all that. Those who are in power you don't see. So even in the education system, the system preserved itself invisibly, and you don't see that. One of those things that preserve it, for instance, is in terms of the ranking systems. I was looking at the 10 best universities in Africa in terms of the Times education ranking systems today. Do you know a progressive Afrocentric university will not, in my view, will not satisfy those standards because they are Eurocentric. We don't have a ranking system that is Africa-based. So you'll have universities in Africa looking into Eurocentric standards and then the rankings. So the first one you can guess is not what we think is an African or university, as it were. So the first one in South Africa is UCT. At some point I saw a motto about UCT that is unapologetical African University, University of Cape Town, the Universiteit van Kaapstad. Number 2, Stellenbosch van der Stel, Simon van der Stel. Number 3, University of Witwatersrand, Wits. And then number 4, Rand Afrikaanse Universiteit, that is UJ. And then there will be, in between American University in Cairo and all those kind of things. And then University of KwaZulu-Natal. That's University of Natal. I'm not talking about University of Zululand. So you can see which universities will be ranked because in terms of this, because they conform according to their standards. So if you are going to come with your Afrocentric curriculum and publication, whatever you may call it, with your IKS, you are going to be ranked number 1,000. And those who are Eurocentric, which we love, what's your qualification from? I'm from, I'm just saying. So, and we love these things as it were, because there is a reward attached to that. There is no one who can stop you from changing curriculum, ambassador. But there are certain invisible things of power that stops us from doing this. There was a question about what are we doing to promote engaged scholarship, like we're talking about now. To be honest with you, University of South Africa invests a lot of money. I think credit to the university. And even in terms of its motto, in the service of humanity, as I said, there's a lot of money that is invested in community engagement or engaged scholarship. But now you have people who have to be undertaking this project of engaged scholarship. How does it serve them? Can we see the contradictions and how power is preserved by the system? So if engaged scholarship is given in terms of your performance system, engaged scholarship is accorded only 5% or 10%. And then research is given, say, 50%. If you're to be promoted, and she was talking about that, if you're to be appointed or promoted, the emphasis is on not on engaged scholarship, but on these other things. Normally, it's logical, human nature. Should you focus your energy on something that has got no rewards, you won't survive. So what do? You conform, you comply in order to survive. So that's basically the thing. And the whole issue of IKS, by the way, is more like how it's treated in terms of community engagement. Why should we have IKS, indigenous knowledge systems, when you refer to African knowledge systems? But the knowledge of Europeans, the knowledge of white people, is not in. Don't they have indigenous things? British things are indigenous to Britain, but it is only Africans who refer to their knowledge systems as indigenous. And then when it is marginalized, put in the back burner like community engagement, we start saying no, we start complaining. So that is my view, that we are dealing with issues of power. We are dealing with a system that does not belong to us, whether we like it or not. And we mustn't delay the agony by nesting the situation. I'm one of those who would say we have to confront the situation. Otherwise, my grandchildren will be talking here like me, and then I'll be an old person saying, yeah, this is your struggle now. We've fought our part. Now that one belongs to you. Well, although it is the very same oppression that we're complaining about. But anyway, colleagues, I think we'll never end this conversation because it's a perennial problem. It's insipid to our own existence as black people. We can talk until the cows come home. So, Program Director, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of today's seminar. I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up, not just physically, but with your full attention and your energy, curiosity. I really appreciate it. Just the way we started, I'd just like to end again one more time. Please stand up if you've learned something new today. Nobody. Please stand up if you've learned something new today. Stretch those legs. Well done. Okay, have you at least made one new connection today? Fantastic. And if you're leaving here feeling slightly more energized about community engagement, please clap your hands. Fantastic. I now pass the podium on to Prof. Ndlovu for the closing remarks.
I just want to take this time to thank everybody. In fact, we are doing this for the first time. And usually our programs are more on geopolitics, more on diplomacy, more on international relations. So for the first time ever, we're bringing in new audiences, and it's much more an orthodox way of doing things. But what we are saying to us, this has to be part of the normal. So we have to do this more often. And thanks to you, we're going to make it a point that when we are busy with the program for next year, you will have such sessions. And I think we even need more than one. So thanks to you, we are going to take your voice into account. But on a different focus, I must say that I just want to take some of your comments into perspective. I'm presently the chairperson of a ministerial task team of revisiting our history curriculum. And we're at a stage where we're waiting for public comments, public consultations. And from those public comments and consultations, for us, we perceive that as part of community engagement, because the communities have to comment. And also it's engaged scholarship for us who are part of managing that process. So I've always asked myself the question, what if the public comes back to us and say, for far too long a time, the South African history never, ever, we're talking about school history here, never, ever taught pre-colonial history. And for far too long, our history at school never even prioritized the teaching of history in African languages. So what if the public comes back to us and in terms of submission of their comments, say we should certainly do that? I'm quite aware that for us, the persons or the people who are managing the process, that is going to be a challenge. There is going to be a community that has benefited from all these processes in the previous years or centuries or decades, which are going to say no to that, because our history used to begin in 1652, and our history used to be Cape-centric. If you study it systematically, you can tell that it starts from the Cape and then ends up in the interior. But if you come back as a community of South Africans and say, let's go back to pre-colonial history and we want to use African languages, I will have challenges. But the bottom line is the community would have spoken. So whatever happens in terms of the history curriculum, as my colleague here, Dr. Kenge or Ambassador Kenge has said, we need not to be afraid. We need to deal with their curriculum. So in as far as other issues that are challenging us, the school itself has special projects. And in his other life, that is Ambassador Kenge, that is, if he hadn't told you that he's a professional, he's a historian by profession, I wouldn't have said this. In terms of the curriculum, of the history curriculum, he's part of a solution, because my colleagues will find out for the first time ever. He's a SADET author, and SADET is a project that ran with us at the school. It has various publications on the road to democracy in South Africa. It provides an alternative views of history. So he is a contributor, so he's one of our authors. So he is not necessarily criticizing for the sake of criticizing. He also part of us, and he provides an alternative history curriculum in terms of his writing. And the second special project that we have at the school, it's about UNESCO's general history of Africa. And we have an established chair that is going to be run by myself. So in terms of the knowledge that you are calling for, in terms of the African knowledge systems, the UNESCO's general history of Africa is about that. So, in a sense, we do have the solutions at that school, and those projects are in place. But I must say, thank you everybody for coming, and we hope to see you during our next seminar, which will take place towards the end of this month. And also I propose closure, and as from next year, you are going, community engagement and engaged scholarship will be part and parcel of the mainstream in terms of all the seminars we are going to present. We were testing the grounds, but we think we like what we see. And thank you very much. But what I have to do, I have to give a prize, not necessarily a prize, a gift to our visitor here from the Netherlands, and we can have a photo opportunity. So both, those who are internal don't receive a gift, so it's only for her. So thank you, colleagues, and then we'll see you the next time.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Safe trip back.
Yeah.